Desktop Express is running. External power on. Orgio gave a tier 1 gift of the diabetic. End of line.
Hey, there we go. I had speculated that would happen. I blindly plugged in the receiver for my microphone transmitter. I couldn't see it. There's a headphone port and a mic port on the Blackmagic. I figured I plugged it into the headphone port. I was right. Okay. Whew, okay. So yes, Portizo here. Thank you for the gifted sub there.
Marshall sub as tier
So
1 and says, end of line.
K Marshall, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 14. That's brain those 14 months. Thank you. GoPro's not on. Just realized that. I'll have to take care of that in a second. So okay. This is there was stuff I had to do this morning. Made this stream complicated to get started. So I'm still kind of setting up here. My apologies. I only got into the office like a half an hour ago. Have not been able to get everything done. So if you were here for yesterday's...
Fury sub as tier 1 and says, hooray, more Zylog goodness. End of line.
Fuzzball, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 5 months. I appreciate that. If you're here for yesterday's stream that had to end prematurely due to mail, don't get excited about that. Mail was a scam. It's going back. I will not answer any further questions about it. So just, yeah, just give you guys closure. There you go. That's what happened. So, yeah, people are cool. Okay. So moving along here, what else? There was another thing. I haven't finished lunch, so yeah, I'm eating lunch here still. I don't want to eat my hair. Oh. Mm. Not a 736. Hello, since it's your first time chatting here.
UPSHIFT 64 sub as tier 1 and says
Oh, man.
no, that Calico Atom isn't going to fix itself. Just saying no, and here we find TV. End of line.
Let's see if we can get the GoPro to cooperate here. Hey, look at this thing. There's a thing here. We haven't even addressed it yet. Oh gosh. Upshift, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And for 11, that's one of them numbers. I think it's this one. 11 months there. Thank you. And yes, I know, Calico Atom. Yeah. I got boards somewhere. Wait, did I even order the boards? I don't remember. I may have to order boards still. I don't remember how that project went. Oh, boy. Okay. Hair Xerox belts. Pretty sure. Oh, bye. Bump the button with the SSD to make it black. Hair will come back up because the weird way your digestive system works. Okay. Isn't it like 10 a.m. or something? I'm not sure what you mean 10 a.m. I stream through lunch.
End of line.
I stream through lunch, so I don't get to eat lunch. I stream for the 2 hours before and after. So I eat lunch at like 9:30 a.m. to do these streams. I don't know if you realize that. So, yeah.
Leslie Nixon says CHER 100. What are we doing today? Who are you? Where am I? End of line.
So, first off here, Matrox, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 16 months, and I have all of it. That was part of what made this morning complicated. I had to go to the post office. I have more complicated post office things ahead of me still, but that's a different thing. Wesley, thank you for the 100 bits there as well. Appreciate your sacrifice. Not convinced 9:30 counts as lunch. I don't know what to tell you. That's just, I mean, when you get up early and you have breakfast at like 6, it's almost 4 hours in between. Oh, you know. I got one more bite of pizza, then we're good to go. Sorry. This is the worst opening. Wow, that thing is cold. Jeez. The worst opening for a stream ever. Properly structured eatings for losers. I do properly structure my eating. It's just always early. I mean, it is 68 in here, so I guess it should be cold, huh? All right, last bite of pizza. Okay. Oh, Poot, I can't do that. I have hypoglycemia. I literally cannot go that long without eating, or I will pass out. Hellencroft, I am fairly adventurous when it comes to food. That sounds disgusting. No. 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 All right. let's actually go over this. So, all right, hopefully that's working. All right. Today, we're going to be looking at a KayPro 4. This is now the third CPM portable machine that I have after the Jonos and the Osborne 1, an original model Osborne 1 even. But this one is probably the most usable machine out of all of them that I will have encountered so far. It has 5 1/4 inch drives, which makes it much more normal than the Jonos. It has a a grown-up sized display, which makes it better than the Osborne, and it also has serial and parallel ports on the back, which just makes it a lot easier to use with other devices. The Jonos has, I think it might have a serial port. It's kind of weird. It's got strange stuff going on with the ports, and the Osborne has like even weirder stuff. It actually has GPIB. I need to explore that more, but this one has the bog standard things that you want to be able to use it. This does seem to work. However, it's got some Rifas in it, so I want to get those out. It also needs a new keyboard cable. I have a handset cable for a phone here. It's one that I don't want to dedicate to this, but I do know that works. So for now, we're just going to use this cable to get this machine going. But what I don't know is if the floppy drives work and if it will actually boot. The only thing I've been able to make it do is turn on, put some characters on the screen, and then beep when I press any keys, thanks to this keyboard cable. However, as I was bringing it from my house to the office and moving it around, I heard some things moving around in it. Now, I'm not sure what those are, but I would like to know. So the first thing we're going to do today is open this up and make sure nothing weird has fallen somewhere that it shouldn't. All right, there's our video intro or whatever. Oh boy. There we are. Spiders. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be spiders here. Let's see. If I don't eat breakfast, I'm good until 2 p.m. If I do eat breakfast, 11:30 a.m. max. See, was this in the mail? No. Yeah, the mail was a scam. Didn't actually get the thing. You have a KayPro 2. So yeah, apparently the KayPro 4 is basically the same as the KayPro 2, just with double-sided floppy drives, I think. I'm not 100% sure about this. But there's the KayPro 4, and then there's also the KayPro 4. This is actually probably worth discussing for the video here. Now, I should actually state before we get into this that this is the KayPro 4, not to be confused with the KayPro 4. And when I say that, I mean 4 versus 4. Why is this marker like this? Where are all the good markers? What? Maybe purple will be acceptable here. There we go. And by that, I mean 4 versus 4. Because KayPro was really weird, and there is a difference between decimal 4 and Roman numeral 4. And apparently the Roman numeral 4 one is very incompatible with most things. So I'm glad I didn't get that one. Okay. Oh boy. So yes. Yeah, make your brain hurt. Yes. Recording for second channel. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. I'm recording. We'll see what happens. Not all of the recordings are worth editing into a video or something, so it just kind of makes sense to try. This has the potential to be a solid thing, so I don't know. Anyway, what we're going to be doing today is, yeah, cracking it open. I've already opened it. That's how I know there are Rifas. There aren't any giant Rifas. There is a gold-colored paper epoxy cap in there, but I don't think it was a Rifa, so I'm kind of curious to see what that is. But yeah, so you heard that? That's not a slant on you, Desiac. That is a slant on, I guess, me? I don't know. I've had that happen more times than anyone even knows. Film something and then not get a video out of it. That's very, very regular. So, what are the specs? CPM. CPM, like, universally is Z80 CPU and 64K of RAM. I don't know what the specs are, but if they're not that, I will be surprised. So, protocol analyzer says hi. Yeah. See, not to be confused with the KayPro 4. The golf cart. Oh gosh. Let's see. Roman numeral coprocessor. It's a special math coprocessor that only does math using ASCII representations of Roman numerals. That would be amazing. Oh man. All right. Some CPM systems had less RAM. Yes. Yeah, less RAM was a thing. Technically, 128K of RAM was also a thing, but I think was less common and really difficult to use. So the Jonos had an option for that, but I don't know. So, okay. Let's see. Let's see. Sounds like absolute nightmare fuel to use Roman numeral based system. You know, I wonder, how hard would it be to make an actual base 10 CPU? That would be kind of funny to just do. All right. There's so many belts from all this Xerox nonsense. Oh, man, I'm so glad that's kind of behind me. Apparently, some of you have been cracking along with trying to reverse engineer the file format. So we probably have one more stream left in that, if it looks like there's progress being made on that, because it would be really cool to be able to export or import files to that thing. That would be really sweet, but I don't know if we'll actually get that. So, let's see. Let's see. Once you figure out how to represent numbers in base 10 in hardware, it shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, yeah, shoot too hard, TM, yes. You probably actually just base 5 or something. I don't know. So, okay, I'm just, man, I am, normally I get into the office, okay, and then I have a moment where I just sit and just, before I actually really start, and then I get ready for the streams and stuff, and I've been deprived of that take a breather moment for today, so I'm like extra on edge right now, and I'm not appreciating it. I got a question for some of you, though. Let me bring up a thing over here, because some of you might know this or whatever. I was looking at potentially doing a video on floppy disk imaging, and I tried ripping...
Up as prime and says, is this a hard number in binary? End of line.
I will have to see what it was, sorry. Just bringing up HXC. And then I have to set it to weird mode that I never ever use, which I didn't even realize it was going to have like a dedicated mode for this, but it does apparently. Blah, 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 blah. And then dummy. And then move over. Okay. So once that renders, then I'll switch the view over. But I'll just grab the thing now. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, I was, first off here, Trains in the Attic, thank you for the Prime sub, and for 15 months. That's probably the easiest one for me to remember, aside from 16, because I remember what 16 is, because 16 just feels weird. So, yeah. Let's see, didn't the 8086 have instructions working in BCD? I do not know. I don't think it could do arithmetic. I don't know. Let's see. In layman's terms, what does CPM do versus traditional Intel architecture? It predates it. That's what. So, yeah. CPM is an OS, DOS, not MS-DOS. Well, see, I don't think that's necessarily fair to say. Microsoft DOS is an operating system. CPM is an operating system, but they're not interchangeable because the operating systems have a specific system environment requirement that you have to meet. MS-DOS requires an 8088, and IBM's BIOS, for interrupts, for software stuff, and the ISA architecture is kind of all baked into MS-DOS and how it operates. So you need an IBM compatible computer for that. CPM also needs a Z80 with a specific system architecture for that to work. I don't know that it has any real solid things that are like system requirements for this, but STD bus and S100 cards are both associated with CPM, so there is an architecture system around that. So when you say something runs CPM, note not CPM 80 or CPM 86, when you say something runs CPM, you can be for sure that it'll be a Z80, and you can have a rough idea of what system specs that the system will have as well. So the operating system does somewhat give you an idea of what the hardware will be as well. So, but yeah, it's going to be a Zilog Z80. And then in the case of a lot of CPM machines, I think they just don't have expandability. This is fixed in what it is. It can never be more than what it is without like really seriously in-depth modifications to the machine. As opposed to the Jonos that has a card cage in the back and just pop new things in there. This is what it is and was not meant to be modified. So, MS-DOS versions on IBM architectures in the early days. Well, yeah, it's the same thing as CPM too. CPM 86, CPM 80. I'm not sure about CPM 8085. I don't think that was a thing. But yeah, did I record that explanation? No. I don't really think that's applicable for the video. So yeah. Still get new Z80s. Probably can still get new 386s. There are some things that just won't die. Like, I've talked about this before, okay? This is a clock I have right there. That is powered by an 8051. All right? That's... So, yeah, a lot of old CPUs won't die. So, it'd make for a great short. I mean, that could be cut out of the stream recording, really. That's being recorded on my server right now, so there. If you actually have ideas for short Stesiac, I'm open to that on the live channel. So just, yeah, throw that out there. I might be able to just give you access to all the stream VODs. Just direct. I'll look into that. All right, the thing I was going to ask before we get started on the KayPro, about floppy stuff. Basically, oh, hold on. Let's see, did the GoPro work? We didn't even check that. I turned it on. It's in HDMI mode. Let's find out. What did the GoPro do? Keyboard shortcuts. Why is the GoPro one not working? Seriously? One moment. Source switch, BMD ARM. I think that's
Pixels gave a tier 1 gift of a PG1217. End of line.
The GoPro's working.
Pixels gave a tier 1 gift of a
Whoa!
LAR. End of line. Pixels gave a tier 1 gift of a
Whoa!
End of line. Pixels gave a tier 1 gift of a Astrojan. End of line.
I'm trying to fix my shortcuts that broke.
WATERFLAME 321. End of line. Pixels gave a tier 1 gift of a Kataxo. End of line. Pixels gave a tier 1 gift of a LittlePip02. End of line. Pixels gave a tier 1 gift of a Lever. End of line.
Okay, here we go.
Pixels gave a tier 1 gift of a TOM14159. End of line. Pixels gave a tier 1 gift of a Complex with end of line.
Scoped Pixels, thank you for the 10 gifted subs there. Holy moly, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Wow. So, okay, thanks for the stream. Well, I really appreciate you too here. Did you miss anything? We're just doing the intro here. Kind of a slow start because I had to eat and I wasn't set up and I'm yeah. Anyway, let me ask about this. Commodore 64 game, okay? This is Revs Plus, all right? I was sent this a while ago. I thought I had it working. Now I'm not sure, but I'm also wondering if maybe my 1541 drive did something rude. Because if you look at the disk image there, I don't know, that red stuff in the middle should be there. So yeah, that's what I was wondering. Do games like this typically do copy protection with like missing sectors, or is that thing toast? Yeah, because that could explain why I've been thinking my 1541 drive was bad, if my disks were bad. So yeah, I was looking at like what it would take. Like toast, Captain. Oh gosh. Shall we not seeing chat? I'm not sure. I may have missed your previous message, Red Sheep Gaming, if you did send one. C64 games did copy protection. Oh right, you do have some Commodore stuff. Yes, very, very few. But yes, some. Yes. So I was gonna ask what odd blemish in the media at the top was until I realized mouse cursor. Yeah. Yep. See, need another 1541? Might know a guy? Might. I don't know. I want to say I'm interested, but I think I have 3 of them. I should probably try to diagnose some. See, but in the meantime, KayPro 4 is not a bore. Wait, oh gosh. Oh, it runs CPM 2.2. So yeah, that's actually a thing. I don't have any operating system stuff for this, but thankfully it's KayPro. It's very popular. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Unlike the Jonos, which I cannot believe the luck that CPM 3.0 was actually preserved. 2.2 wasn't, which is a little bit of a shame because 2.2 I think is more commonly supported, but got 3.0 at least. So C64 did some half sector security. So yeah, Commodore 1541 streams tomorrow. I don't think so. It will be quite. It will take quite the incentive for me to do a Commodore 64 stream. This was local thrift store care of Kaiser Soze, who shows up in chat here sometimes. So yeah, they actually saw it for me and picked it up, and I was able to get it from them. So yeah, big shout out to them for keeping an eye out for goodies. So yeah, I guess that's very broken. Here, I'll show you a fun one. We've looked at this before, but it didn't fully register with me until I was looking at this earlier in this week. Here's Microsoft Adventure. I genuinely thought my floppy drive was broken for a moment when I saw that at first. And then I remembered it has some crazy copy protection, but I forgot just how insane it is. So yeah, Microsoft Adventure, they holy moly, they just did all the possible things to make that sucker difficult to duplicate.
MALDOR 96 subbed as tier 1 and says gonna stop this here and then go back to lurking. End of line.
Maldor 96, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 6 months there. Gordon Letwin went to town on that one. Yeah, no kidding. Oh my gosh. So yeah, that's that one's nuts. I was so confused when I saw it because it's so ridiculously over the top for the protection. So all right, let me put this away and we'll crack this thing open so we can figure out what's going on inside of it. Jet here's another one that's actually here is another one that's got some cool copy protection stuff going on. But I was trying to find disk images that I haven't made, like Apple II, Commodore 64, some weird copy protection stuff like 800K Mac. Oh yeah, my 3.5-inch drive isn't working with my grease weasel for some reason, so that actually helped me up. That was a stop me on the whole project thing. That was annoying. So yeah. How does it protect the data from copying? When you try and copy files off of the disk, it doesn't work. The table of contents is valid, but then the DOS system will try to seek to a point where the files are, but they don't line up sector-wise with the table of contents, so it doesn't know where they are. The game, which launches as a bootable file, actually, so you don't load an operating system, you load the game itself. The game knows how the disk is structured and can find the things. It also knows to look for some bad sectors and like dead space to ensure that it's an original disk in case someone did try to copy the disk by using like hardware floppy disk copiers, which would probably copy it using the standard IBM PC 9-sector layout. So yeah, it's a very weird, crazy way of making the floppy controller have to work in a different way than it normally would. So I'm probably not gonna do Flux Image t-shirts. It's a very niche thing here. It would only be people on stream who would buy that. So, see, I have the coolest thrift stores. This is an oddity, okay? I will say, actual proper vintage computers. I've only encountered two, I'm gonna call them events, where they have shown up at thrift stores, okay? In both instances, it is where a collector most likely died and someone's and their family just donated all the stuff, okay? And it's extremely lucky that they aren't being chucked for the CRTs because thrift stores won't take CRTs. They'll donate them or just throw them away or something and donate them. They'll send them to recycling centers, okay, for the copper to be harvested off of the deflection coils. But yeah, it's really lucky that they didn't do that. And then it's also lucky that they don't send them to Dell, who does a PC recycling program with the Goodwills here in Arizona, because they don't want to deal with customer data, personal files and stuff being resold through Goodwill. The news story that would go, identity stolen after thief bought a computer at Goodwill that had their tax returns on it. It's not going to look good for Goodwill, all right? Even though it's the person who donated the computer's fault, it's really easy for Goodwill to just go, hey, Dell, take this computer and scrap it. That way we don't have to deal with it. Because Goodwill has no investment in the thing. So avoiding the computers altogether is usually the safer option. So any computers that make it to the floor at Goodwill are a rarity. So I've actually bought more actual computers at Savers than I have Goodwill. Savers is also known as Value Village for those of you who live in other places. So yeah, weird things. So let's see. Does it cost you to have an item in your merch store even if nobody buys it, or is it a case of not wanting to waste time designing it? It's more the not wanting to waste time designing and all that stuff, because I'm going to make it. If I'm going to make a Flux Image shirt, I would make it in this style. I wouldn't just copy the cryo or the HXC floppy stuff and just chuck it on a shirt and do that. That's no. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Sanity or Madness. That's not going to happen here. I have. A jig's up basically on that stuff. I reached out to a let's see. Oh, you have a bootable KayPro CPM disk image from KayPro that had an MFM hard drive hacked into it. That's hilarious. Interesting. I think the KayPro 10 had an MFM drive, so I wonder if maybe they had the KayPro 10 board or something in there. I don't know, but hi, and that's really interesting. See, the other thing I was going to say, the electronics recyclers. I've been to one locally that did have a bunch of vintage computer stuff, but they were asking like more than eBay prices for them in the place already. I'm talking like they had boxed Apple Newtons, okay, like really weird things that they knew like this shouldn't be chucked, so they already know, and they're trying to get like way too much money out of them. So yeah, so it was a KayPro 10 board held in with Legos. Ah, okay. But a KayPro 4 motherboard. Weird. Held in with Legos. That's hilarious. Oh, man. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Let's crack this thing open, actually. And see. I have opened this before. I know there's nothing that special waiting for me in there. So, yeah, this one is mostly stock. I think, if not entirely. The screws were loose, which makes me wonder if it has been opened, but yeah, I don't think anything funny's happened. All right. Yeah, let's do this and this. Okay. All right. So to get into this thing, we're going to have 4 screws on each side and then 2 screws on the top. And then this is a metal plate that's just bent around the top of the case. So kind of nice, easy to take apart. I don't know why that screw is loose. We'll look at that when we're in there. I do like the brightness knob on the back. I feel like there was one of the systems that I was working with recently that just did not have a brightness knob. Oh yeah, the HP 4951C. I don't think there is any way of adjusting the brightness on that. So yeah, that was disappointing. So yeah, don't take those for granted anymore. Let's see, closest thing computer I ever found in a thrift store was IBM Selectric. Ooh, that's nice. And pretty little lightning pot. First off, hello, it's first time chatting. And generic sweetener, no, the package was a scam. And I'm not going into it any more than that, unfortunately. Okay. Found a Lifesavers iMac. Oh, yeah, that's probably one of the ones that has like weird printing on it. I always forget those exist. Let's see. Oh, having it on the back. What are the connectors? We have serial right here, and we have a parallel printer right there. So that's what those are. Yeah, you don't normally see parallel printer ports. Let me actually let me zoom in on that. So the three real connectors on the back of the machine while we're here are the standard serial port here. It just doesn't have the shell on the connector for grounding. And then the parallel port. And the parallel port on this is Centronics on both sides. So you need a Centronics to Centronics connector. That's not totally standard, but it was a lot more common during this time. So yeah, that is what that is. It does say printer output, so it makes it a little more obvious. But yes, you will need a slightly unusual cable to use this. But I should be able to do that today if everything goes well. And then the keyboard uses the handset style RJ9 connector, I believe it is, for connecting to the system. Let's see. VGA mod it? No. Probably composite mod would be possible. I bet it's internally composite. All right, let's take out some screws. What is the weight? I'm going to guess around 30 pounds. It's not too bad. Keyboard plugs into the back. Yeah, and the cables all look really short. So, again, mine didn't come with the cable. I actually ordered some random handset cables on Amazon, which is going to be really nice because I'm going to have a beige one to go with the Western Electric phone. No, Bell Atlantic. That's what the baby Bell was. I'm going to have a beige one to go with my beige phone now. But yeah, just regular phone handset cable. Can we overclock it? Not really. There's definitely no BIOS type stuff for that. You could potentially replace the clock crystal, but I wouldn't recommend it. Let's see, careful with the keyboard cable. Sometimes they flip all the wires. So I have tested it, and it works. And I also confirmed, I looked it up beforehand. It is safe to just replace it with a phone cable. So, what? Phone collector status increasingly suspicious. How about this, Ben? Okay, on the not being a phone collector, I didn't have spare handset cables because I don't collect phones. I had to take this cable off of just a random phone that I definitely don't keep at home that I had. So that has to go back so that I can keep that one complete. I mean, just know where it is. All right. Yeah, gonna work with me. Camera arm. There we are. All right, with all of the screws out, this is the easiest thing to remove. Just an aluminum plate. Pop that off to the side. And there we are. So I do really, really like the KayPro silk screening on the motherboard. That's just nice right there. I really like that. Ooh, some Intel chips there. What are those? 2164s? That sounds rammy. Are those 2K RAM chips? I bet they are. I like the packaging. So is that going to be... Let's think about this. So 4, 8, 4, 8, 12, 16. So there's 16K of RAM there. If I'm understanding that correctly. Ooh, EEPROM. I'm going to guess that KayPro's probably already had the EEPROM backed up, but we might do that still. Let's see what else we can find in here. Just actually poke around for a little bit. It looks really clean. It has a mild layer of dust, but it's not too bad. Come on, focus. There we kind of go. So here we have the out of focus. Come on, work with me. You can do it. There we go. So there is our Zilog Z80. So it is dated 33rd week of 1983 by the looks of it. Yeah, that one's a little loose there. Over here, we have a WDC floppy controller. Up here, we have some hot spare Z80s. What? What? And over here we have another Z80. What? Wait a minute. What is? Why are there 4 Z80s in this thing? What? So we have a Z80 and a Z80 and a Z80 and a Z80. Hey, KayPro, you know other companies made dedicated peripheral chips for this kind of stuff, right? Like you didn't have to go and just buy full fat CPUs to do everything, okay? You don't need to do that. How expensive was this machine? I mean, this is a different time. It is. So the CPU wasn't like the most expensive part of the machine like it can be today. Like you could go spend probably $700 on an i9 nowadays. And that will be one of the more expensive parts of your computer if you're not buying like a ridiculously powerful GPU that has, you know, very... Then I did not get into that. But this kind of thing where you can end up with multiple regular generic CPUs doing simple jobs kind of happened. So that's how the Xerox memory writer has an 8085 doing, I think, floppy or keyboard interfacing. No, it's not. That has a WDC chip. So it's got to be keyboard interfacing. The Jonos also has an 8085 doing keyboard interfacing. So kind of there's a history of this stuff, but still that's really weird to just see like the exact CPU chip just in there multiple times. That is wild. Z80 is a family name. Not all of them are CPU. Really? Wait a minute then. So we have Z8 400. We have Z8 420, Z8 440, and Z8 420 again. Okay. Well, now you have me curious. Apparently, they're not all just straight up CPUs. Crankery, hello, since it's your first time chatting here. Oh. Let me see if I can find a little more information about that. Z8 440. DigiKey has a data sheet for this. Oh yeah, that's floppy controller. Absolutely, that one's floppy. I mean, also that's the floppy interface cable. That's hilarious. They're like 15 bucks on DigiKey. It's probably just because that's 40-pin dip that makes it a little more expensive. Okay, so the 440s are apparently, well, that one's a generic I/O controller. Let's see what the 20 model is. That is, those are parallel input-output controllers. Okay, so that kind of makes sense because this is in front of the serial port. So this is probably acting as a translator to this to do serial communication. Okay, that makes sense then. So we have one raw parallel port here, and then the parallel port there that gets translated into serial there before going to the actual RS-232 port. Name is on the chip. Well, it says SIO. Okay, I guess SIO, PIO. Yeah. All right, so, reading PIO, SIO. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So, yeah, there is a reason that I am familiar with in CPM why you would do something like this. So, on CPM, you'll have virtual device mappings, kind of like COM1, COM2, LPT1, LPT2, and MS-DOS. And you can change what those ports are used for. So you have like a COM, you won't have like COM, you'll have PRT or printer, or maybe it's PTN, I don't remember exactly what it is, but you'll have one that's like dedicated for the printer, and then you can reroute that to one of these ports. So for simplicity's sake, having them be the same interface would allow you to swap things around driver-wise a lot easier. So that kind of makes sense, actually. All right, let's continue on in here. I think I want to take the board out, but that doesn't seem as easy as I was hoping. I just realized the white balance is all messed up, so that's cool. So there is one thing that was rattling around here. This I originally saw under the CRT, so that's cool, but it's a quality control sticker for the machine. So that's kind of fun to see. Put that off to the side. Here we have the flyback. Okay, I really like these. So this is FR2 phenolic board that's, I think, 1/8 inch thick here. Really thick stuff. And that's acting as structural support, so the case has a much harder time flexing inwards. These get kind of floppy because they're just stamped sheet metal without that kind of thing. So that's actually really sweet to see that. Oh my gosh, this plastic standoff there to hold the board in place. Oh, I can totally see those being shattered on people's computers. Ooh, that's kind of terrifying. At least that one appears to be fine here. But yeah, I do want to get the motherboard out so we can see everything else underneath of it. One more thing before we do that that I'll point out here. This metal fan, that's insane. That goes to just that part's not so great. Oh, that's what that loose screw was. There's a nut that holds the fan in on the inside. That wouldn't be good to have loose, so I'm gonna go ahead and tighten that here. The bit rate's low just because it's how it works here. I should look at what I'm doing on it. Computer. All right, now that's secure. Metal case is hilarious. Oh my gosh, the hub to fin ratio is insane on that thing too. Oh, it's not a finger chopper because you literally can't fit your finger in between the motor hub and the blades. The motor is so thick. This is such a high force fan. I can't fit my finger down into where the fan blades are. I mean, if I really, really tried, I could, but I'm never going to accidentally get fingers in there. Oh. Yeah. All right, let's get the CPU board out of here. Where did I put the Phillips bit? Right there. So it looks like there's 2 screws up front that go to those ridiculously long standoffs. And then the other screws have to come out of the rear of the machine. Also, it looks like I'll probably have to take off the screws that hold in the interface ports. Yeah, screw. I guess there are none. Oh, there's one right there. And then those. One here. And here. Rest of the vents are just for looks. Not really. It's for ambient heat release, but it's not going to be as amazing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it is a PAPS fan. But that's also just the same kind of industrial design kind of thing. That's a long screw. Well, Fuzzball, I know for a fact that the PAPS fanning your 16500C is a 120 millimeter. This is 80. So it's not quite like that. But yeah, I have first-hand knowledge on that one. All right, I'm going to grab a socket here to remove those. There we are. I wonder if there is an adapter you can get to use these tiny, I mean, there almost certainly is, to use the tiny bits on a big driver. Oh, you know what? Okay, good. I was going to say, I think the stream on YouTube might have been running in the background, because it was. Let's see. All right. Oops, goodbye bandwidth. Yeah, a little bit. I caught it in time, though. All right, I think with that, yes, the motherboard is loose. Okay. So now we're going to undo the power connector, which is keyed. Okay, don't have to worry about that. Good job, KayPro. It's also labeled on the motherboard. That's nice. And then we have another keyed connector that goes to reset switch. Okay, but why does it have so many pins? Because it also goes to a power LED on the front. Oh my gosh. That is... That's... They met the minimum requirements to make that work. Oh my gosh, we'll see that in a second. But I think that's... No, we got one more thing here that I'm going to guess goes to the brightness knob. Yes, it does. Okay, is that keyed? It is. Everything's keyed. And I think I feel... Let's unplug the floppy cable as well. I think I feel the board is insulated on the bottom. A nice single-side copper sheet. Dude, this thing's pretty darn well made. All right. Now that I can get in there, I guess I never really looked at or registered that the bottom of the machine is open. So whatever is in there that was rattling around making noise has to be somewhat big, I guess. Let's see if I can find that by moving us around a little bit. I'm not kidding. The only thing I'm hearing is the sticker. It can't just be that, can it? It's not going to just be paper stuff. Yeah, the only other thing I see moving around is another sticker. Okay, well, I guess it's fine then. Don't have to worry about that, thankfully. So the only other thing I'm really concerned about is that this machine has yet another Aztec power supply. So we can see company name right there, Aztec. I didn't even have to know that. Like, I could just tell just by looking at it. It's another Aztec. Which means Rifa and potentially Rifa right there. And then I think there's one more vertical one around here somewhere. So we should get this out and pull the Rifa capacitors off of this before it blows up. Just so that we don't have to deal with that. Time for me to disappear? Yeah. So I think that might be a Rifa, actually. The big one below the transformer. That was one I wasn't really sure about the brand on, but I'm starting to feel that it is a Rifa. $1,729. Ouch. Oh, wait. KayPro 4 plus 88. What's the 88? Come on. Was this compatible with the OS board? So Sour Worm, no. None of the CPM machines were compatible with each other at all. CPM is kind of a nightmare. You cannot take an operating system disk from one CPM machine and put it in another. They do both run CPM, so if you have a generic CPM program, all the machines will be able to run that, but they're not hardware interchangeable. So, yeah. Water is very tasty. It kind of sucks. Yes. The short version is the BIOS is on the floppy disk. So, yeah, each machine has its own software hardware interface layer on the operating system disk. Yeah, Paul Guy, the disk formats are kind of tied to the BIOS as well. So that is another potential. Like the Jonos with 3.5-inch drives technically run CPM just like these do. And if you could reformat a CPM disk to work in that, it'll work. But that uses a 3.5-inch format structure that's completely unique. Nothing else supports that. So, okay. Let's get that power supply out. This is not going to be easy, mostly because of that screw right there by the CRT neck. So that's fun. Ooh. I like that. I was just getting angled here. Actually, Wesley, thank you. You'll know why in a second. Boom. The correct screwdriver for the job here. I was getting set up here to take the stuff out, and I was looking at it's going to be a little difficult to get that screw out. And I noticed this. This is kind of nice. So we can see this cable going from the flyback directly to the anode on the CRT. But this is a bleeder resistor going down to probably ground on the board there. This will discharge the tube after the machine has been turned off. Because, in general, CRTs aren't actually that dangerous, and this is fairly common. So it's actually kind of difficult to get shocked by a CRT. So I'm really not that concerned about putting my hand in here and touching stuff. CRTs are not as dangerous as people chalk them up to be. So, let's see. Peggy Hill had a KayPro. Really? I don't remember that. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. All right, how am I going to get to that thing? That's, you know what? I think I'm going to use... Ah, it's missing. Do I have one in? No. That had a flexible screwdriver extension thing. Oh, I do. It's at home. Stupid. Okay. I'm going to use this. Black and white CRT, yes. Color, no. That's still not true. You are almost certainly guaranteed to have a bleeder resistor on a color CRT. The thing that you are potentially confusing is that color CRTs tend to be larger, and the larger it is, the higher voltage it has to run at. So, yeah. Stubs will be used on all the other ones. It's just this one I need thin, and it has to come in from like a weird angle. So, but yeah, to KayPro and then upgraded to I'm actually, wow, that's quite a jump. Holy moly. See, a lot of modern sets even have the bleeder integrated into the flyback. Yeah. I pointed out the bleeder in my video on recapping my IBM 5153 as well, so I definitely remember that. So I was told CRTs were so dangerous they may kill you in your sleep if you upset it. Yeah. That's basically how people paint them. Yep. There we go. Stubs fitting right in. From TT Legal to make certain CRTs are dangerous. That is true. You get it across the heart while having a pacemaker on a weekday, you know. That's about what it would take. All right. Let's see. Go for the one way down in there. Yeah, there is a danger sticker on the CRT. That's only true when it's on. Because the whole point of this thing is that it discharges the tube while it's off. Shouldn't trust a bleeder resistor? I don't know why. It's the least likely to fail kind of component in electronics. All right. That is the power supply loose there. Getting that cable out of the way. All right, and then there is all of the giant DC block connectors on there. It's just one giant connector that's like 4 inches long. Jeez, the connection force on that's going to be insane. Ah, look at that thing. That's ridiculous. Okay. Power supply out. Also heavy, it might crush your fingers. Yeah, you're more likely to be injured by getting crushed by a CRT than being shocked by one. Okay. Definitely Rifa cap. It's actually a really good demonstration board for this, so I'm kind of happy I'm going to work on this one. So there's only 2, so it's not too bad either. Let me fire up the air compressor and the soldering iron. Boop. Go to the air gun and bingo. Okay. What's the story behind Rifa caps? Nada, I will cover that in just a moment. I think I'm going to do a more generic description on this one. Because I get asked this like every single time I mention it. Oh boy. Let's see. I like this camera arm position because it gets it out of the way when I'm trying to like move stuff around. Excuse me there. But it doesn't reach as far. So it's kind of a little more difficult to use. Let's see, an hour late. Oh. What is this sound? There, jeez. Okay. As I recall, the desoldering iron still needs a little more time to warm up. So, recap, standard capture washer. Yeah. This thing takes so long to heat up. All right. Pretty close now. All right. So here we have the power supply board, and we have 1, 2, 3 X-class Rifa capacitors there. And Rifa is just a brand name, and we'll actually see that in a second on this one. And I'll explain this more once we get that one off. All right. Oh, cool. They weren't even jerks. They didn't fold the legs over. Come on, you know you want to melt. Oh, man, I love this thing. So this one is coming out before it detonated, unlike the one in the Apple III, so it's a little easier to see. Rifa is literally just the name of the company who made this capacitor. But the problem is, this is an epoxy sealed paper capacitor. And what happens over time is the epoxy will crack, which will allow moisture to get inside. Then the capacitor is, what's the best way to describe this? The capacitor becomes impure because of that. And then what will happen is between the electrolytic layers of the different paper things, the moisture will get in there and heat up, which will expand and will cause this cycle where it expands, it cracks, more moisture gets in, and you have this runaway thermal heat expansion where it eventually gets so hot it just bursts and can spew the electrolytic fluid that's boiling all over. So pulling these out before they go rogue is generally a recommendation. Now, these are line filter capacitors, so you might have wondered, what does an X-class cap mean? Well, that describes the way that it fails when it goes bad under more ideal circumstances. I forget which is X or Y. One of these is designed to fail closed, and the other one is designed to fail open. But the main thing to know here is that it is a line filter capacitor. The intention is that this removes noise generated by the machine going back into your power circuit. This does not protect the machine from external noise, although it might, but that's not what it's designed for. So you're totally fine yoinking this thing out and then just chucking it away. If you can handle the noise going back into your power circuit, you don't need those capacitors. So we have two more here, another X-class, another X-class right there. We're going to go ahead and remove those as well. And we're not going to replace these because they are just filter caps and they're not in the path. They are just off of the path. Again, totally fine not replacing these. If you really wanted to, you could put new filter caps in, but it's not necessary, especially with vintage equipment that you're realistically not going to be running all the time. There's no way I got that one good enough on the first try. How's the solder smell? This solder does not smell very good. I will not be taking a closer inspection of it. Which is weird because it's the same company. So I don't know why this doesn't smell as delightful as the last one. Come on. There we go. Pop out. Come on. Eh. There's that one. This has the later Rifa logo, I believe, on it. That's the circle one. And there's the last one. Ah. This one's actually a better example out of the three of starting to see the failure happening. So we can see some internal cracking right there. And if I hold this at an angle, you'll see that it's starting to bulge in the center just a little bit. So that side's still flat, but this side is starting to round. So you can see that. And then big old crack on the side there that will allow moisture to get in there, and the cycle will be self-sustaining. So getting that removed, that is quite important. Now I have a fun fact for all of you here that you won't have seen coming. Maybe you will, but this will be fun. So, what just broke loose? Nothing. Okay. This thing really likes to drive me nuts. All right. So now that the Rifa caps are removed, we can put this power supply back in, but there's something I would like to point out here. When I say this is an Aztec power supply, Aztec is just an off-the-shelf power supply manufacturing company because power supplies are kind of a pain in the butt to design. This is a switch mode power supply. There are specific considerations that you have to meet to be able to sell a power supply like this. You have to do design requirements, get FCC approval, and all that kind of stuff. So it makes sense for a company like KayPro, who just wants to make a computer, to not have to deal with designing a power supply. They will buy these directly from another company that makes them. And this is still a thing that happens today. It's part of the reason why you have so many devices that have external DC power supplies. On the one hand, it makes it cheaper to make the device smaller and more power efficient, all that stuff. But part of that was also because they could offload a lot of the electronics design to the external power supply. I find particularly interesting, though, that they did buy a modular power supply from another company that had the line filter caps and then used this, though. That is the power input connector. So the power cable plugs in right there, but it is also a line filter capacitor. Now, because this one is not a paper epoxy capacitor, well, at least not on the outside, it's not susceptible to the moisture penetration like those Rifas are. So this one I'm less concerned about, but that is actually another line filter capacitor. So even though I removed them from this machine is actually still going to be fine. It won't leak noise back into the power grid because of that thing. So there we are. Ha ha, all of you saying, oh, I'm going to call the FCC. First off, they wouldn't care because it's not going to emit radio frequencies. They wouldn't know. But second off, it's still going to be good. So those filter jacks contain Rifas inside. You had one go poof. I have never actually experienced one going bad. Oh, well, that's really good to know. That one seems very sealed, and it's also by SAE, so I'm going to guess it's probably fine, but okay, that's good to know. What are things signed into? I'm going to call FCC. I'd call that more of an interesting fact than a fun fact. Yeah. Now, which Rifa will filter GPU coil wine? Yeah, no kidding. PC muffler. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Oh, I may have to steal that. That's amazing. There's one more thing I want to look at before we call this done. I think I know what the answer is, but I would like to see it. So we're going to do that here. F's. Uh-oh. I think that's a home internet failure. Uh-oh. That's not good. Home internet, why you gotta suck so much? Looks like I should be coming back here. All right, hello? Hello, hello. I think I'm coming back. Yeah, there we go, back, okay. Yeah, so the home internet decided to take a nap there. That's cool. Yeah, all right. Gotta love the home internet being so reliable. Thanks, home internet. Just for giggles, so you're all aware, okay? I did another look at what internet suppliers are available for me here. The answer is none, other than Cox. That's it. Like even CenturyLink DSL is 750 kilobits per second upload speed. So Cox cable is the only option, and they're the one who just dropped the internet at home. So I don't exactly have a lot of motivation to try them out. Very annoying. There is actually one other one, though, that I discovered. Who were they? There's some painfully generic Lumen, I want to say. It was like some weird one that I've never heard of before. But I could get I could get symmetrical 1 gigabit. But it's kind of weird. And I don't know if it's like actually real. So yeah, that's a thing. They're the kind of place that will also sell me a 100 gigabit connection. So yeah, it's enterprise grade internet. Oh, the kicker was you need to sign a 3-year contract. That was the thing. Yeah. So depending on how lease stuff goes with the office, I might actually be up for that. So we'll see, but probably not. So Lumen are huge. Yeah, they're huge, but I think for a bigger class of business than mine. Know how it feels? Similar situation here. Yeah. Well, I see. So sorry. For those of you who may be chatting on YouTube, I do have YouTube chat there, and on my end, I need to figure out a. Oh, great. Okay, I gotta solve that too. I need to get a proper solution for this. I have the merge chat right there, but I read this because I need to be able to see the Twitch notifications there, so I pop that up. Though I do have that there too. Maybe I need to not have this here, so I train myself to actually read that, and then I'll see all of the YouTube stuff as well. Yeah, I'm gonna hide the other thing. Oh, the downside there is I don't see new people chatting, like Silerit there. Hello, since your first time chatting here. Yeah, Starlink. For me, I don't have roof access and I don't have windows, so it just doesn't work. And you pay for the fiber install cost. Oh yeah, if they're not here already, that could be a little spendy. So yeah. But it would be kind of funny to have the 100 gig connection than to have more internet at the office than probably my entire city block does where I actually live. Okay, so now I have to get a little weird. So I actually took this camera hiking recently, and it means that I have to resecure the mount for the ball head on here, and that's easier said than done. So I'm looking for one of my flat blade screwdrivers so I can use it as a pry bar. Because this is very, very difficult to do. Where did that go? You know what? They might be over there. Now that I think about it, I see one right there. Yes. Okay. 1 second. All right. Let's see. So I probably wouldn't be. Starlink would not be reliable enough for streaming. Oh, that's kind of disappointing. Huh. I can't even read it on the white background. I know, it's brutal, isn't it? Actually, I have some CSS that I need to upload. I need to make a second page. Genuinely, that's part of why I don't read it. As stupid as it is part of why I don't read that one. I have a solution. Maybe we'll work on that if we get this thing wrapped up today. So yeah. What is the blinds behind me? Not what you think it is. that is not viable. I'll just say that. The 100 gigabit, start your own ISP? Yeah, I don't think so. Buy again. I still have server connection. So, yeah. I'll just say this. Not all blinds go to outdoors. All right. Let's tighten this. So I was about to switch to this camera to show you what I'm doing, but I literally can't because I'm working on the camera. But not good things, I'll just say that. I wish I didn't have to do the stupid things, but the camera's so heavy. There we go. All right. Now I can get this on here. I got a minor complaint, all right? So this is an Arca Swiss mount type plate design, okay? On the bottom of the small rig, my brain just completely... Cage! On the bottom of the small rig cage, there's also a mount plate surface, but this ball head just doesn't open enough for me to be able to put it in there. It would be so cool to be able to mount the cage directly to it, but no, so I have to use the adapter plate. Being upside down wouldn't be an issue because I could just flip the video. But yeah, it's kind of annoying that I do have to use the adapter plate. All right. Tie springs to the ceiling, that is not a practical solution. Let's see. Cables go through the strap. I'll have to, you know what? I'm just going to take the strap off right now. I don't need this. I have a KayPro 88. How do you know? What is the That was still the home internet failing, by the way. So, yep. There we go. Got that off. Less weight. It'll work better that way. Okay. Chuck that off to the side. Drink some water. Strap was essential. I don't think so. Should be Sadmac logo. Gosh. Okay. Ugh. So enterprise internet would have uptime guarantee? I don't know. Probably. It'd be funny trying to describe my business for getting that refund cost or whatever. Alrighty. The home internet's failing. How come we had stream resuming soon? It failed temporarily and then came back. That was how. It didn't say stream resuming soon the whole time, did it? It paused for a little bit and then failed. See. One moment. I'm going to blow my nose here. Real quick like. Okay. The floppy bay, slimmer, 4 plus 488. The fact you have 4 Z80 chips. Okay. Interesting. All right, then. So I guess it's a later model? Okay. Huh. The part number is 81-004. That probably tells you something, too. All right. I think we're ready to resume now. Let's see. GPIB, let's keep it a little more PG, please. Okay. Miss Rifa's stream cutouts. Yeah. All right. Stool was a little wobbly, so I figured, I might as well take the opportunity to fix it while I was waiting for you guys to show up. Jeez, come on. Why do you keep running off like that? Should sue my ISP? Yeah, no kidding, really. All right, I think we're ready to go. Okay. It's still wobbly. I wonder what things are loose on this. I don't think there's anything else I could tighten. Oh, well. All right. Let's continue. It's coax at home, but... All right. Back to here, that, and record. Okay. We're going to continue now, all right? Now that we have the power supply out and we've taken care of that, I just want to look over some stuff here. So I can see on the CRT board, so this takes in the video signals here, which is just going to probably be horizontal vertical sync and video, not too much, and power. So I can see, yeah, 4 video signal connectors. There's probably one for the intensity too, all that fun stuff. But none of the caps look bad. They're not bulged. I don't see any wet on the board, which would be very visible on this since it's unfinished on that side. So pretty easy to tell that's good. There is, however, one other thing that I would like to see. Now, I believe the Now, I believe the KayPro numeral. Okay. This is not working. What's the problem here? So, I'm wondering if it might be possible for me to restart my office internet, home internet, I should say, from the office. Just reboot the modem. So I think I'm gonna try and look into that. So let me give me a second here. works. Okay, so one moment. I am going to disappear here. Ooh, if I do that, hold on, let me figure out how I want to handle this. So if I go to what do I need to do? I need to do this, and then group, stream, stream, in. Okay, hold on. I have an idea here. So okay, yeah, that was my fault that time. The problem is that if I like try to hide the SRT input, so that I cannot, like docs passwords and stuff, then it becomes difficult to actually do this. So here, I have a different idea. I'm going to ungroup this. I'm gonna just take the group and I just whoop off to the side. Hey, look at that. Okay. Now you can't see anything and I can type things. Okay. So what am I doing here? Let's see. And oh my gosh, am I gonna have any hope of remembering this? That was very wrong. Okay, one moment. Reboot the modem, won't come back due to issues. So the modem's, yeah, well, we'll find out. I'm hoping that, it works. I have to go grab my phone to figure this out. Yeah, give me 1 second. All right. All right. Let's see. Give me 1 second here. Oh, I was close. Okay. What's the issue? Is it it is just the house internet that is a problem. So I'm going to try and restart the house modem. Oh. Wait a minute. Is this something stupid? I don't think I can easily... I don't know how to get into the web interface for my modem. Dang it. My login settings apparently are different from the ones that I know. I'm going to try it one more time, but I don't think I'm going to be able to reset it. Yeah. It might literally be that DZAC. But no, modern hardware is going to come with like preset deals that are, whatever. No. Yeah. I don't know what it is. Neo Dragon, thank you for the tier or the 100 bits there. I don't know why they didn't get read out. Wait, the office internet may have died at one point. Hold on, let me restart that. That's strange. Something weird happened. Hold on. I'm gonna restart the chat stuff. All right. Not sure what happened there. Let's see. I'm talking to you because of pink name. I mean, Okay. Yeah, Majeko, problems. I mean, they're actually solved problems, so don't feel too bad. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give up. Okay, I'm giving up. I don't have a way of resetting it from home. I do have a way of resetting it later from home that I'm gonna have to actually implement. So I'm gonna give up for now. So you're gonna like this, okay? Let me go grab how I'm gonna do this, okay? I'm gonna have to take this thing home and it will solve all of my problems. All right, is it in this bin? No, it's not. Oh, but there's a phone cable. Oh, well, that's handy. Okay, good to know. So it's over here. Okay, which one of these has this? Oh gosh, that's heavy. Oh, heavy. All right, it's not that. What is? No, definitely not that one. It's somewhere around here. Stop hiding. The only problem is it's not USB. It would be real handy if it was USB, but it isn't. It's not that. Oh gosh, that's heavy. Okay, I know I just had it. Where'd I put it? Maybe in the other room. It's so big too. How did I lose track of it? I probably just put it on a shelf. Then didn't really think about it. Well, don't tell me I'm not going to be able to find it. I'll have drummed this up, and then it'll be like, surprise! I don't know where it is. I think it's going to be that. What is that? That's heavy. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, that's not a right now thing. What's that, though? Oh, that's a 1.2 meg drive. That's not that useful. Okay, I don't know where it is. It was an X10 serial controller. I would just have my server run like a command to send the X10 thing to like shut off the modem, wait 10 seconds, send the X10 command to turn it on, just to like full on hard reboot the internet with a non-network based smart outlet solution. I definitely have the Windows 98 era X10 thing, but I have one that's like the ISA 5150 era one as well. I just don't know where I put it. Let's find that. It would be cool to get that connected to my server and do X10 reboots. But oh well. Over 200 people watching nothing. That's the power of I don't even know what. All right. Let's actually do something instead. How about that? Okay. Kind of makes power sockets remotely turn off and off by text on and off by text message. Yes, but that requires a network. You know what doesn't? Serial ports. Okay. Oh boy. Need to fix the stool still. Yeah, I don't know what his problem is. It's a little wobbly. Anyway, let's actually do work. I'm starting to get concerned about pointing the camera at this thing because it seems like every time I do, the internet dies. But let's find out. Okay, we're just going to redo the whole thing here. Oh boy. Now another thing, the other thing that I want to look at in here has to do with the floppy drives. Now because this is the KayPro Model 4, I believe that will mean these are double-sided drives as opposed to the single-sided ones in the KayPro 2. And I think that means, especially based on what I can see back here, that these are Tandem TM102As. And the green Loctite on the head alignment bolt there really tells me that. But I'm just curious to see if they really are or not. Because pretty much every machine that has double-sided 5 1/4 inch drives from this period seems to be Tandem, which makes sense since they were first. But I'd still kind of like to see it. All right, let's pop out a floppy drive. I just want to see it. Oh yeah, my phone was just chilling there. Let's see. Let's see, is there a thing on the floor under the stool? So kinda, there's actually a seam of some kind around here, but that's not the thing. I bet if I put the stool, this is totally relevant to the stream. But if I put the stool up here, yeah, you can see it. It shifts. It's weak. So, yeah. So on the head cleaning, I probably won't. I'm not going to get that far into the drives. I'll run a cleaning disc through it, though, later. Have I rebooted my phone? I don't know why I would. Let's see. Why are there square bits? Those are stupid. I think this will fit. No. How about that? That is a square bit. That's useless. No, I need the slightly larger hex bit. Oh, it's not going to work because these are going to be imperial and that's metric. Or strike that, reverse it. Okay. Other tool set. Let's see. It's a big hill computer. I'm surprised I didn't know that so many of you do. That is hilarious. It's not like I'm the biggest King of the Hill fan, but still hilarious. There are no hex bits in here. Ooh, Torx fit. That's right. There are no Torx included in the LTT driver. I guess I never realized that. Some of these might be small enough. Let's see. That needs to be slightly bigger. I should definitely be recording right now. Okay, that one doesn't really fit, but I think I can make it work. Ooh, maybe the stubby. Let's see. No, okay. Gonna have to get a little more precise. I'm gonna dig out the other driver. Okay, I'm surprised. You know what? We can look at this from this side, I suspect. As I attempt to find the correct bit size. So, let's figure this out, okay? Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No, that one's too big. The other one was too small. Seriously. How about Torx? Too big. Too small. A flat blade? No. Okay, we might just have to give up on this. I was not expecting that. What are these weird sized ones I got? Ooh, that one's so close. If I really, yeah, if I like hammered it in there, maybe, but yeah, I don't really have. Oh, actually, you know what? I might have proper Allen wrench set. One moment. I don't normally have those here, but currently I have my car toolkit in the office. That might, I might actually have one. No, they're all gone. Why would I keep my tools in the toolbox? That would make sense. Okay. Oh. Um. Some other random ones. No. No. I have a lot that are like that. One size that's slightly too small. No. Dude. How about just the back of a driver bit? No. Huh. Cloth inside the hole, smaller bit. I don't know. I really don't want to round it over. I might just accept defeat. This might not be worth it. Which one is slightly too small? It's not like they're labeled. It's a, the one. That one. That's a one that's slightly too small. I mean, this is labeled, but I don't really trust it. It's more so I don't trust myself, so I've kept these in the correct positions. Dremel slot and use the flathead. I think you're on the wrong channel. All right. Clinto Man, hello, since first time chatting here. Yeah, I could actually grip them. I think they're not the knurled kind on the outside. No. We're gonna move along. Yeah, they're labeled on the side. Maybe your fancy ones are. Oh, CRV T10. Okay, maybe my normal ones are too. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna order those. Okay. Let's just ignore that this ever happened. And move along with life. I got a... Ooh, that seems imperially. Nope, too big. What about this? Those are Torx, that's metric. Yeah, I don't have any imperial ones in that size. Oh, well. Let's see. Bit by not having the correct size bits? Yes. Okay. So repair stream, car repair stream without tools when? Never, because I don't have anywhere I can do car content type stuff. I don't really want to either. So car stuff is one of those things where if you've genuinely worked on cars, you'll know there is a point where you don't care anymore and you just want it done. And being in that frame of mind won't result in good camera work. I'll say it that way. So there is a point at which I don't want to be doing car work because I don't have novelty cars. And that's how YouTube channels that do car stuff are able to do that kind of thing. I have the cars I actually drive. So when I'm working on that car, it's stressful. So let's see. Would service manual for this unit tell you what size screws you need? Probably, but it doesn't really matter because I just don't have the bits. That's the issue. Again, I could probably pull them off at some point, but I'm just gonna not worry about it. Okay. I guess we call that good. All right, we're 2 hours into the stream. Oh yeah, and all we did was desolder some caps. Oh yeah, we're so productive. We're just gonna pretend that whole investigation with the floppy drives didn't happen. See, that frame of mind results in some stuff you see on Just Rolled In. I do think I actually know what you're talking about, and yes. Okay, channel. Okay, no, I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Okay. There we go. All right, so with the caps, let's rephrase that. So with the suspicious Rifa caps removed from the power supply, we can now put this back in. I just noticed that that's like every other pin. That's a weird way of doing that, but that's fine. So we can put this back in here and then get the motherboard back in and fire up the machine. There's no reason not to. That's just plastic connectors. Let's, is this keyed in like a really weird way? It is. There is one more space for a pin on there. than there is on the... What? Oh, there's just one missing right there. So the no connect. Oh, okay. It's weird. It's weird. The female connector is one position longer than the male header has pins, so it doesn't line up correctly. It's always offset. That's really confusing. That bit me on my TRS-80 Model 4. I had the connector off by one, and I got really lucky I didn't roast anything, but made me confused for months while I was trying to get it working. The OG Mountain Dragon, yes, capacitors for line filtering are not needed. That is these, and I did actually go over this earlier, but long story short, they protect other stuff from this, not this from other stuff. So as long as you're willing to accept the interference issues that can happen, they're not a required component. And this one also has an additional line filter that most devices that use a power supply like this don't. Whoops. So it's already extra secure, and I really don't have to worry about it. I should be using the stubby. Let's see. Just rolled in. Channel on YouTube for stuff mechanics have turning up to their shops. And watch what's going on. This is... Watch it going. This is on the road with me. I don't want to drive anymore. Ah, okay. That seems like that must be an aggregate type thing, because I don't know how you have enough things happen in like one mechanic shop to make a whole channel out of that. Or maybe I really don't want to see it because I don't want to be that horrified. Okay, this is starting to bug me. These plastic standoffs are not easy to rethread. And this cable does not want to stay where it should be. All right, we're about to have one in position. Can't do it too tight or I'll strip it out. But there we go. The other one has to be done using this. It smells when turned on. Oh gosh. Oh, that's kind of hilarious, Desiac. I'm going to be mailing something to Akron, Ohio today. Unrelated to the scam mail. Just kind of funny. Let's see. Using too many line filters can make ground leakage, current high causing problems. Ooh, so we improved the machine by removing that. Ha ha! I wasn't looking where that screw just bounced. Cool. So that's the danger of reading chat. Uh-oh. Let me get one more in so it's held in properly. I held it in 3 positions, I should say. Oh man, that's going to be a problem. Okay, please just thread. Please thread. Oh, it wants to. There's just no space to move my hand. Come on, work with me. You know you want to do it. Yeah, what did I do? Well, oh, I see it. Ah, I found it. Yes. It was on an inductor. That's scary. Yeah, I introduced the one thing I was concerned about, loose parts. I'm going to try going at it from around the back side to actually tighten this, maybe. Ow! What is pokey? Oh, that's sharp! The twist tie holding all the CRT wires together. They cut that at a very fine point. Okay. There we go. That is appropriately tight now. Okay. Those are horrifying statements, G-Pin. Okay, let's do the last screw. Then we can put the motherboard back in. Need flexible screwdriver? Yeah, I do have one. It's at home. I'm not normally working on things that are so curiously designed. Before we button this all back up, there is one more thing I want to show you, and it's actually the power LED on the front. Which is just straight up a panel-mounted LED with the legs going into a female connector. They did exactly the bare minimum to make that work, which is fine, but yeah. All right, now we'll reattach the motherboard, and then we can fire it up. We've looked over everything. I don't see anything that's concerning about this machine, so it should be ready to just work and be nice and happy, hopefully. Is this keyed? No. Yes. Huh. I'm not sure you can unplug that power connector without having the board be loose, since it goes right up against that metal fan, and I think that's longer than the pins are. Or I think that space is narrower than the pins are long. All right, there are a bunch of connectors put back together here. So the parallel port had just screws. Also, the keyboard port is pretty critical for the alignment there. All right. Remember, if cheap PC cases that did that too? Ooh, yeah, I've definitely encountered some of those. The better ones will at least solder them and have shrink tubing over that, but yeah, I've encountered some of the less reputable ones. All right, I need the socket adapter that I just dropped into my random assortment of wires bin. Oh no, it's going for a ride deep into there. I kind of need that one. You're not allowed to get lost in there. Stop it! Stop going deeper. Hey, you're at the bottom of the drawer now. What are you gonna do? It'd be really slippery and hard to pick up. Ah, there we go. Okay, boom. That. Okay. Have scars from something? Yeah. That's one of the reasons why the Inwin Q500, I would say, or just the Inwin 500 series in general, is so highly favored. Because of the nice rolled edges. I know people who used to work in computer shops in the 80, in the early era of computers like that, who are still impressed by modern cases having rolled edges. It's one of those things that you really don't want to take for granted. All right. Those are the ports. So now it's these. The long ones went into the front. And the short ones go in the back. 4% for these days. I have no idea how careful we had to be assembling a PC, and we liked it. uh, it was a different time. It was more rewarding to build your own computer then as well. You know, cases quality when the cut edges of the rails are rusted when they arrive new. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think that's it for the internal stuff. All the connectors are connected, so I can put the housing back on and get it attached. The two screws that go on the top are countersunk, so it's pretty easy to identify them. All of the other ones are the annoying proud kind. I don't know why they countersunk just one set of them. Kind of strange. Urban Monkey. It's just way too easy today. I think about the most you could possibly screw up nowadays is getting a motherboard that doesn't have BIOS new enough for a later generation CPU. And even sometimes that's not a problem because they'll be able to boot without the CPU. So yeah, it is definitely a lot easier nowadays. And put the RAM in properly. I mean, that's what do you mean put in properly? Like loose or like in the wrong DIMM slots? Even had an LED to tell you screwed up. Oh gosh. Make is fitting an NVMe 2 in a SATA M key. By SATA M key, do you mean M SATA slot? Or do you mean the NVMe weird shared SATA thing? That one is a little confusing. I'll grant that. It's kind of difficult to find SATA NVMe drives though, but so I feel like you're less likely to make that mistake. Like I bought a SATA NVMe drive for an Atari VCS, and that was not that took some specific searching to actually find. So M.2 can take NVMe or SATA. Yeah, modern boards have a way too few PCIe slots. Yes, for sure. SATA M.2 or NVMe M.2. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Atari VCS uses actual SATA over the M.2 interface. So I'm saying it's over. That's the. I think you know what I mean here. It's a SATA drive in the M.2 packaging. Let's see. Server has M key slot with no PCIe lanes. So it's just SATA you're saying then. Yeah. Stick a deck link and an A380. Yeah, size of a Tic Tac computer. Dude, that case is right here. It's excellent, okay? All right. That's the computer. Also, it has a nice kickstand on the bottom, which I haven't really looked at. So we have non-flush screws. Cool. But yes, the kickstand as well, which slightly bent there, but oh well. That's something the Osborne doesn't have. So yeah, that's better. Oh man, I could guarantee those are Tandon TM102As now because they have the 48 TPI sticker on there. That is such a Tandon thing. So yeah, those almost certainly are. Oh, also can see the RPM indicator inside. Oh, you can see more on the bottom than I realized. Might actually be able to see the Tandon sticker. Hold on. Wait a minute here. Can we see it? I see a sticker. One moment, I'm grabbing a flashlight. The one sticker I saw was not the Tandon sticker, though. Yes, I am weirdly obsessive. I would bet money this is a Tandon drive. I see it. I got it. Sorry, but yeah. There we go. Confirmed. TM 100. And then it'll be dash 2A. So, yep, those are Tandon drives in there. I had a feeling as much. So these are exactly the same drives that you get in a IBM 5150 in the later revisions that hold 360K. All right, get that out of there without making y'all vomit all over. Oh, all right, I'm happy now. Yes, it's the little things. All right, I'm going to wipe off the screen. This bezel sucks, by the way. This doesn't seal for nothing to the inside. Well, you know what? Why am I putting breathing fog onto it? I have Windex. Just actually clean it a better way. Let's see if it works. We will, sort of, in a moment. I already know what the answer is, but you'll be on the same page as me very soon. On that note, let me get a power cable ready. Learn about. Alrighty. Now that I have, now that we have the machine put back together, inspected internally, and I have my curiosity satisfied about the floppy drives. We are ready to try and power this thing up. So there is the keyboard, which this doesn't sit on, by the way, but man, that looks really good tucked up into that. The faceplate of the keyboard is a brushed metal that's tinted. This looks ridiculously good. The one thing about the keyboard that I want to criticize, though, is the connector for the cable on this side is not flush. It has a lip on it, and I've definitely seen pictures of these getting sheared online. So that kind of sucks. But elsewise, it's not too bad. Not exactly sure what the intended cable routing is here, but we're going to go through the foot and then wrap around the side and then plug it into the back. This is easily the worst cable solution I've seen for one of these systems. You should definitely just plug the keyboard cable in right there. Not in the back. That's stupid. But eh. All right. I'm going to add power and then turn it on. So, power, and let's see if it lives. It's trying to boot, so that's a good sign. And video. All right. See what we can do with the brightness knob. We can make it darker. Oh, it looks really good when it's dark, too. It's very sharply focused. Making these kinds of displays brighter always blows out the focus. So, right there's about the sweet spot. And that looks pretty darn good in person. On camera, we're getting washout from the lights. So if I turn off the rear lights here, see much clearer how good that looks. You can also see all the reflection here. Yeah, that's why some displays have the mesh over them. This can be pretty bad. All right. You know, that's extra funny, actually, about the reflection there. I'm almost the same distance. Well, I am quite literally the same distance from the machine as the camera is to the machine. So you're getting like a, yeah, hi. That is the most reflective. No, that's the second most reflective CRT I've ever seen. The IBM 5153 is really bad about reflections. Doesn't look like it has a mesh on it? Well, because it doesn't. Oh, it looks like it has a mesh on it. Oh, that's hilarious. All right. Nice arrow keys on the keyboard. Oh, that's awful. Well, we'll get to that in a moment. I will complain about that. Ooh, caps lock has an LED. Nice. Okay. I'm going to turn this off again. Wow, that's so reflective. Now, if you just ignore how reflective it is, hi, there's not a lot that we can do from this point. I can make it beep by pressing keys. It's very faint, but it does beep. Ah, there we go. I can hold it. But we need to go make a disk. Now, because this is a CPM machine, it means the disk is unique to this computer. I have to go find a KayPro 4 disk image, write that to a floppy, and then boot it off of that. CPM has the BIOS on the disk for the unique machine that it goes to, so hopefully someone has archived it for a KayPro 4. KayPro 4 is pretty common, so I suspect it will be. But let's go ahead and work on that now. Ah, there we go. Is there VI for CPM? No. Ask me how I know. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. How about trying DOS first? That is not going to work. It's a Z80. That'd be like saying, why don't you try putting diesel in your gas car if you're out of gas? It's not going to work. Although it will be slightly less disastrous to try MS-DOS on this, but still, it's completely incompatible. All right, let's go see if we can find some KayPro 4 CPMs. All right. Oh, here's some KayPro disk images. Well, that will work. I've never heard of RetroArchive, I think. I want to see if my what you call it? Grease Weasel. Yeah, that's it. Is playing nice today. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring chat up over here on the left side. I'm just gonna push this monitor away. Item related text manual. About manuals plus collection. I am not familiar with that. Yeah, look at this chat. This is the CSS that I need to like put into the repo. Matter of fact, we're just gonna do this right now. Not dark reader, no stylus. This. I need to edit my style. Here we go. So I was working on this. It's not a lot. Makes it way more legible though. Yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna do this really quick. Why is that hidden? I don't need a new folder here. One moment. Home. Git. Stream integration. Stream HTTP. Okay. Oh, I did already. Wait, did I get status? Did I commit this? Yeah, untrack files. Okay. Verify that's got all the stuff I want. It does indeed. Git add read. Okay. Git commit dash m add CSS for actually legible chat. Git push. Although I need to modify that a little bit. For the other one, feature I have in there is where is it? This. So the flex end makes it align to the bottom of the view as opposed to the top, which matters because so you'll see like there's not that many chat messages that I can see despite how tall this is. If you guys all start sending a bunch of really long chat messages and they become multiple line, it will go past the bottom, and then what I end up doing is making this taller and then just cropping some of the chat messages off the top, so the read point is like constantly moving up and down. It's really dumb. So I need to make it bottom aligned. So yeah. Anyway, let's grab some KayPro stuff. I know someone just sent random disk images. I'm just gonna really quick look for grins and giggles though. Retro Archive. Maybe I have been there. They have the web page that has the weird like text mode look. Has like the Walnut Creek CD-ROM dumped. So okay, there will not be Z80 Linux. There just won't. A 486 is like the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, a Z80 not happening. There'll sooner be one for 8088, and that I don't believe exists. All right, KayPro for CPM, just for kicks here. No, that's the evil one. Wait, what? That looks like mine. I don't like that. No. No, that one's got a black keyboard. I don't want the 4 Roman numeral one. Yeah, because see, if we look for stupid floppy drives, space, here we go. The KayPro 4 and the later KayPro 4 have 2 double-sided discs. KayPro 4 was released in 1984, usually referred to as 484. KayPro Horrible 4, KayPro 483. KayPro 4 uses different screen address than the KayPro 2, meaning software has to be specific to the model. Yeah, so this is the thing. I'm really hoping that it's not that. That would be terrible. What's the date code for the Z80? 8333. So I know you're seeing that and you're thinking 83, but it could also be 84, so that's not really that helpful. I thought, yeah, no, that says 10. I I thought the 4 like literally said like /V or IV on it. 390K? Oh my gosh. Virtually identical to that. Featured half height drives. So I have the /4. Yeah, I don't have a modem. Drat! Yeah, okay, I apparently have a /4. Cool. The reason I'm so annoyed by that is I've been struggling with this with the Jonos, okay? Because it's one of a kind, and nothing supports it. So I was trying to run, I want to say WordStar on it, and trying to find a screen thing. What's the difference between the two? So let me explain how these CP/M computers work, okay? The CP/M machines kind of work like terminals. They'll have a computer side and then they'll have a terminal side. So there will be one of those Z80s in there most likely, or maybe something else on there that I missed, that drives the CRT and one that reads the keyboard. And there will be different escape sequences that are sent to the screen for controlling where the cursor is and what characters it prints and all that kind of stuff. So the problem is that some of the machines are different. I mean, like, actually, let me rephrase that. Every machine is different. There was no standard because terminals weren't really standardized by then. At this point, the VT100 had not dominated the market and set a solid standard for all the terminal machines. So every single CP/M portable is different, essentially. When you stick with the really popular ones, the Osborne 1, the KayPro 2, and then there'll be some other CP/M machines that I can't remember right now. A lot of those will be more fundamental to the ecosystem, and some machines will emulate those, and a lot of software will support those. So if you can stick with that, then you're good. This saying that the KayPro IV doesn't stick with the KayPro 2's screen space control, which means most likely the escape characters are different, that means that it's going to be less likely to be supported. Maybe it won't be that bad, but I'm apprehensive. So that's the problem. Yeah, I really... Drat. Drat. So yeah, I'm now nervous about what the support for this stuff will be like. I am curious. Archiving. Do I not have an S100 folder on here? I do actually have my archiving drive today, but I don't think we're going to need it. I won't worry about that. Yeah, I had pulled out WordStar, and I got that onto the Jonos. And I was able to convert that disk. It's probably on my laptop I did that, actually. And WordStar has a listing of different terminal types that it supports. So it didn't support the Jonos, of course, which meant that what I had to do was try and load like every single terminal version that it supports and see what they could do. Here's another thing, okay? The MSI is a machine that can run CP/M 2.2. It doesn't have a monitoring keyboard because it's a panel computer. So that you literally connect a terminal to. So it's totally possible that the CP/M environment could be set up for like ADM3A. So it's, yeah. This is one of those another annoying gotchas of CP/M. I actually don't know if there are any CP/M machines that support graphics, like, at all. I'm not sure that's a thing. So that's cool. Oh, boy. All right. It also means I'm going to need CP/M specifically for this thing. Because I need the CP/M to support the correct, well, BIOS and all the other stuff. So National Museum of American History usually is kind of useless for this stuff. So they're not going to have any archived or preserved materials. They'll just have, like, photos, whatever. RetroComp, they might. Amstrad PCW series do graphics. Is it proprietary stuff for that, or is it actually part of the CPM thing or side? Uh-oh. Not seeing KayPro 2 or KayPro 483. Okay, here we go. KayPro 483. Yeah, that looks like mine. Yay. Yep, that's mine. CPM on the Naboo seems to load. Graphical applications, I'm guessing just not using CPM BIOS. The Naboo wasn't designed to run CPM though. Didn't someone just like hack it into there? And normally it runs like a graphics chip for games and stuff. It's a little different. There was a standard developed in later years, probably strange custom stuff. I'd suspect, because I'm not aware of that. Graphical CPM machines, can't remember where though. Yeah, if there are, it's the exception and not the rule. So. Huh, okay. Bloig Z3, but 4 different cabinet versions, KayPro 4. Special is actually only part number. They're both 8104 and 8106. Where you see the difference, you cannot figure it out. Small, nice detail. Point out. What? Oh, that cable sucks. What are they saying is different? I do need a right angle cable like this to wrap around. I think that would be cool. I'm not seeing any difference other than on the last one that printed this weird thing. Oh, and the cool keyboard thing. That's nice. Eh. All right. Oh, man, I got so many revisions. So this is an interesting situation where you have to make sure you represent materials correctly. So I'm not sure if this original keyboard or is the original KayPro 4 keyboard because it is black. So this is this photo, all right? So being a somewhat more professional institution, okay, where they can take these kinds of pictures, it's possible that they have better studio lighting. And because I know this is a metallized keyboard, this might be reflecting nothing, and it's the black area. This may also just be a black keyboard, I don't know. But I wonder if this is not black, but it's actually metal colored. But in this photo, it looks black. And then you get the wrong idea. So that's part of the reason why I adjust photos after the fact to make them look normal. Although it looks like it could also just be a KayPro 10 keyboard. Maybe. They might be interchangeable. I don't know. Oh well. This actually have CP. Oh yeah. My mouse is being annoying. Let's see. Bit confusing. Roman numeral also used for KayPro's name confusion. Unfortunately, typical for KayPro. Yeah. Destination KayPro 4 is used in the official brochures and like, but in some CPM 2.2 versions, KayPro 4 designation is IV. Huh. It's part number in the big 4 in the Zoom part. Yeah, I saw that. I was just looking at what other actual differences there were. Retro Archive site, there's this System Disk, KP5 DSDD on its file names. That might work. Probably. Yeah, I'll actually just grab that file name here really quick. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. I'll just search that. I was just curious to look up more general information. Ooh, what's this one got going on? Oh, that's a 484. That one has the modem built in. Or serial data, serial printer output. Okay, that's weird. Oh, that's what their labeling's for. So dashes for a line is serial, but multiple parallel lines is parallel. That's kind of weird. And then the modem port. Man, I hate having the modem port be in the place of the old keyboard port and having the keyboard port off to the side. Oh, that's kind of bad. Oh, that's a much better picture. Oh, and then there's a sticker where it says 84. That's hilarious. Oh, man. Okay, well, this is all terrible. What are those? I don't know what those floppy drives are, but I want some. What? Okay, disregard all other stream activities. We are learning what these floppy drives are. What is this? KayPro 4X. Well, we'll search this, just get that started, whatever. KayPro 4X floppy drives. What are those? No one else has those. Those are also pretty good, but no. Dude. That's not it. That is quite the cage around that floppy drive. Has Epson 5 1/4 inch. Yeah. I need 5 of those. Yeah, no, really. No kidding. 2.6 meg. Half height, double side, high density. So those would be 1.2 megs? .6 meg. Drive Tech floppy drive. Okay, hold on. Important note, collectors, KayPro, 4X, 12X, and Robbie have Drive Tech 2.6, according to the Robbie manual. You should buy good. Oh, we might be on to something. I don't care about all this boring stuff. I want some weird looking floppy drives. Give me weird floppies. Maybe I should just chuck that in eBay. It's not even because I just want to buy them. I mean, I will buy them if they're there, but I want to, like, see some. That's not bad. Micro Solutions, so that's going to be a backpack? Actually, that's kind of cool. It's not what I'm after, though. Ooh, what's that? Vintage, external, no. It might work with my grease weasel adapter. What on earth is that thing? I'm going to look at that in a second. Omega shirt's pretty sweet. Is that a lid? Oh my gosh! Oh, well that explains, yeah, I was going to say, it's the... Wait, I thought that was a VIC-20. What is that thing? Okay, we're having a weird time on eBay. I have no idea what this is. I know it's 1K. I'm not buying it. But I don't know what it is either. And that's usually grounds for investigating. What? I thought it was going to be a VIC-20 in the, like, Commodore PET style case mod thing. Heard of it as weird? Yeah. Huh. Wait, it's STM? Oh, that kind of makes sense. Okay, that thing's cool. Moving along. What's this? It's got Alps keys. Oh, that they know that. That's not good. What do we got in the back? Wait, it's empty. What? Is this an empty computer case? Oh, power. No. Oh, this should have had like a motherboard or something in it, I think. Floppy drive? What went in this? What is that thing? I got a lot of pictures of showing nothing. Yeah, we know how wide a floppy drive is. We don't need you to show us that. What is this? It's a DA15 port that goes to who knows what. Yeah, just key comp by random. Cool POS DOS keyboard. Yeah, probably. It's one of the sponsored. I don't care what the sponsored link is. It's weird and old. You got to understand that you have to explore. You got to branch out to learn more about this stuff. Like there's one. That looks more real. Oh my gosh, it has a numpad that plugs in that sits on top. That's so delightfully horrible. Unfortunately, it looks like the keyboard weirdos are all over him though. Hold on. What's that? What? From PS2 and a trackball? No. You know what? What? It's $100. You talking about this thing? No. I'm not paying $100 for a ruined computer. And they have 14 of them. It's not exactly demanded. Ooh, hello, Tillwolf. Thank you. Let's, yoink. Did your message get truncated from Gale? I don't know. That's what I see. Okay, I got that. Let's see this. DriveTech 3.3 meg. Oh my gosh. Stuff with the HP 125, maybe do something. I don't have an HP 125, unfortunately, so there's nothing I can do with that. Come on, show me a picture of the drive. Ooh, I think that might be it. Yes, that is it. DriveTech 320. Oh my gosh, here we go. This is the answer. Get out of here, stupid Twitter. Okay. Oh, that thing is wild. That's totally it. Oh my gosh. Super mini floppy, yeah. Dude, I want one. Actually, let's not save that. All right. I'm gonna make competition for myself here, but I'm gonna teach you guys how to make an eBay search. Okay. All right. Here we go. So it's called a super mini floppy. All right. That is the product name. Someone OCR'd an attempt at that. That's pretty close right there. Okay. So super mini floppy. So you want this to be DriveTech floppy drive. All right. So that's the generic search of what you're looking for. But plus 320, comma, super mini floppy. Now, what this will do, this will search on eBay for anything that has DriveTech floppy drive with either 320 or super mini floppy. So if we search that, there's not going to be anything because there are no listings. But this also eliminates, doing a more refined search like this, eliminates some things and gives you better results overall. So this is what I will actually search, but there might be other ones in here that I want. I don't know. That's a 320. Was this, it's 320, 320. It's probably the 320 that I want. Okay, so we're going to stick with that. If there were other model numbers that were acceptable, I could just add in more here. So that's generally how I do that. So we're going to save that, and now I'll get notified of that stuff. All right. KeyComp PC weighs less than 7 pounds, occupies approximately the same desk space as one AT keyboard. Despite its compactness, KeyComp PC includes two half-height 16-bit extension slots. Oh, okay. And 8387. Wow, that's more than I would have guessed. Keycom's PC keyboard is smaller than standard. Unit ships a Diamond Speedstar 24-bit video card, delivers excellent performance. Overall, Keycom PC delivers surprisingly powerful performance computer of its size. That is super cool. So ASRock Z790 plus Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, it does have to be in parentheses. So you can think of the Boolean, the way that it works is the plus means it must also contain this. And then the parentheses means anything inside of this, comma separated, is or. So this is plus or either of those. And they gutted it. Mechanical keyboard scalpers suck. Yeah. No, that would have been super duper cool. I wonder if I could message him like, hey, did you throw away all of the actually valuable parts, or is it just the useless shell left? Last night was kickstand. Well, Red Sheep Gaming, we are totally on track. Don't worry about what we're. This is super ridiculously cool. We were looking at KayPro's website, and I got distracted by these. Those are not the same floppy drives. There are more models. I'll have to look into this more. But where there's this like ridiculous floppy drive that's so cool looking. And I got distracted. I want them. But yeah, those are clearly not the same drives because the slider, the ejection lever, is on the bottom of that drive, and it is not on that. Yeah, I do need. Can't find a model like those. Yeah, more research is required, but that's a good. So what this will generally do, this will chuck something at me eventually, and then we can see that. Here, I'll give you guys a demo of this, okay? Let's look for, because I feel like I didn't adequately explain this. So tube time link the drive. Okay, that makes sense. That would be tube time. Let's look at this. Does tube time have the drive? That would be amazing. Oh, yes. Okay, so it's real. That one's real. Okay. Do we have Kodak? Designed by Drive Tech, later acquired by Kodak. Here's the manual. I'm going to guess this is not it. Drive Tech 320, yeah, so that's not it. Okay. Well, so it's going to be floppy drive plus Drive Tech or Kodak. But now this gets complicated because I don't want this to be an and. This is where this method starts to fall apart. We can search this. It won't work. Yeah. I don't know if this is valid. I don't think so. eBay should yell at me, but I don't think it will. Floppy drive. Hold on. Kodak. Let's just look for giggles. Is that how you spell Kodak? I don't think it is. No. I said drive, not disk. What is that? None of that's what I want. All right, well, I'm going to do that for now. I'll save that. I'll have to go back and eliminate the other search here. This, okay. Enter and uncheck. Okay, I'll figure more about that out later, but good to know. Browsing eBay is dangerous, only extremely. I want this floppy drive. That thing is ridiculously cool. Almost completely useless, but ridiculously cool. All right. Let's actually accomplish some stuff. Oh, wait, that last one I probably wanted. Okay, retro archive, this. Oh, no, it's a TD0. And I was kind of right about the page. Okay, Back. Okay, hold on. Control F, KIV, no. K4? No, where was the... Wasn't it KIV? Hold on, KPIV. There we go. CPM 2.2 disk image. All right, let's download this. Let's see. People using Twitter for things to be on proper forums. I'm going to disagree with that, with what TubeTime was posting there. So, yeah, this font's terrible. It's fun, it's terrible. So TubeTime is posting more of an exploration. It's not the kind of thing that would be good to post on a forum, because if you have other people post on your thread while you're doing your investigation, it's just kind of Yahoo's chatting while you're trying to actually accomplish something. So I would say that's different, and actually that is a medium where Twitter shines, or at least the small microblogging kind of environment. You can do the same thing on Mastodon or whatever Fediverse flavor you prefer. So, yeah, I will disagree. There is a validity to doing that. All right, let's open HXC so we can figure out how this works. So we can make a actually, we probably don't need to make a profile. It's very standard. Yeah, what do we got? 9 sectors. Really? That's shockingly standard. Sector 0, Sector 8, Sector 3. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of interleave. 0, 1. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An interleave of 5. Dude, how slow do they think these drives are? It doesn't need to be an interleave of 5. They're tandem 200, 100 2As. That is a really hard model number to get like bleh, out. But okay, anyway. Paul Guy, the only reason... Wait a minute. Let me make sure I have this correct. Oh, no, you're right. Nope, the interleave is for the controller being slow. That's right. Because if you could process it in real time, then you'd be ready by the time you got to that one. Okay, disregard. You're correct. In that case, haha, the floppy drives are so much faster, they had to make it an interleave of 5. I know what I'm talking about. Yay. This is one of those things where I really need to make a video about this so I can, like, lock it down. I do know the difference. It's just it's one of those things you can easily get backwards when you don't think about it too hard. Sector gaps are tiny? They are. Yeah. I wonder how many bytes per sector it is. If it's a weird value. I don't think it tells me here. Size, 512. Okay, so the 512 bytes per sector. Is that the same size as IBM? I'm not sure. I should just bookmark the Grease Weasel page. Grease Weasel GitHub. Source, data, disk defs, IBM.360. It is 512. Weird, but then gap 84. How do I measure the gap? That seems like a nightmare. Holden, hello. All right, let's see KayPro. KayPro, oh, that's not a good sign. So there are no KayPro definitions. Yay. Okay. While we are here, let's go to the GW Tools repo so that we can cheat to navigate to the CPM Tools repo. Because clicking is nice. Wait, I don't have this here? Aww. All right, Zobax. And CPM Tools. Who wants to type? I can just click a mouse a bunch of times instead of pressing a couple of keys. All right, this has never been updated, but we want the disk defs file here. I just want to see. Okay. Is KayPro normally supported? Is it hard to find original Apple II computers? Non-Plus and non-E? Yes. Okay. They get a little... Well, maybe. Wait, Apple II CPM? Didn't know that. Let's search KayPro. Okay, we got 2. We got /4. 512. Okay. They don't talk about interleave. I think they shouldn't have to deal with interleave. And why is that? Because the original 2 didn't last that long, and they replaced it with the E and the Plus very quickly. The E was sold for a very long time. So you just proportionally, there are more E's for sale than there are plain 2s or Pluses. A plain 2 is rare to the point where I don't have one. Not that I have like everything, but I've definitely been keeping an eye out for them locally, and I've never seen one for sale, let alone seen one for sale for a price I'd be willing to pay. No, it's not about being faulty. It's just that there weren't that many relative to the number of Apple IIs total. So that looks like it's probably valid there. Wait, tracks 80. Oh, so that's KayPro 484, not KayPro 483. This is very annoying. Okay, so we need KayPro 2, 512. Sectors per track, though, it's... Wait, what's the sector track value again? I don't remember now. There's not 10 sectors. Did I just completely suck at counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so it's 10 sectors. 40 tracks, check. Block size, 1024. That's more digital side than this. The sector length is 512. Okay, so this is probably one. We want KayPro 2. Okay, but the Grease Weasel doesn't have any KayPro definitions by the looks of it. I'm a little surprised. Why? KayPro's pretty popular. It has Osborne. Yeah, Osborne. It's Olivetti M20. PC98. Come on, there's got to be more KayPro 2s than PC98s. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if there are more die-hard PC98 fans than there are KayPro 2 fans. So that could be why. Yep, definitely no KayPro things. Let's see, just ask Bono how to count to, well, I don't know. Counting hard, yeah. 1, 2, lots, many, yes. Let's see. C's are probably the best get nowadays. Nice and compact. C's are cool. I don't know that they're the best because you can't get cards. I guess it depends on what you want. All right, well, I guess we're going to make a Grease Weasel disc def. Although, we don't need one to write that. I guess all we have to do is just write that and then move along. I don't know if this is a good floppy disk. Let's try it. Dude, that was so much footage that I recorded for this. Am I not recording? Hold on, I'm not. Why did it stop? Wait. Wait. I think I was not recording all of that. One moment. That's probably for the better. I was not recording all of that. Okay. Well, that's frankly good. All right, I'm going to actually start recording here. Okay. All right, I have found a disk image that I believe will contain CPM 2.2 for the KayPro 4. I have also found out that I actually do have the Roman numeral KayPro 2, or KayPro 2, KayPro 4. I have the 483, which means that mine probably uses different escape sequences for the screen. So compatibility might be fun here, but we're going to try and write this disk image. It is a TD0, which is always fun to deal with. And we're going to try and write it directly to a floppy disk using a grease weasel here. Let me turn on my power supply. I'm currently using a 750 watt ATX power supply because I was having weird issues with my grease weasel. But let's see if we can write this. Okay. So GW write drive B that file. And bad file signature. Yep, that's TD zeros for you. Okay, let's take the HXC software and we'll just go ahead and export this as an HFE since it didn't complain so much about it. Please select folder downloads, sure, whatever. Put it in there. Okay. So now we have that file, which is probably gonna work, maybe, hopefully. And the drive's not responding. Oh, because it's not plugged in. That's 100% my fault. There we go. Writing. Need a minimum 1 kilowatt for floppy drive? Yeah. I thought it said the display was at a different memory address. It was a different memory address? I don't know. I don't know if it was that. I just don't know. BZ98 is awesome. I'm going to pick up one. Shipping from Japan. Costs a small fortune.
Rotlaws up and prime performance and says end of line.
I will have to look at that in just a second after this disc writes. But thank you. I'll do better credit in a moment. I don't know if it was memory address. No tracks verified. Yeah, that sounds right because it's HFE. Okay, let's go see if this disk works. Not too confident because I'm not actually sure about the quality of this floppy disk. Okay, Rotlouse, thank you. You can't see me, my apologies. Rotlouse, thank you for the Prime sub there and for the first time. I appreciate that. Okay, still pretty impressive graphics for the time, if you don't count the... Oh, for the PC98, underrated hardware guide camped. Mac? Or do you mean Mac? I don't know. To break out the Teledisc PC? Ugh, no. Ooh, Wesley, yes. Wesley here in chat just caught me about to put a disc in there without having cleaned the drive first. That was going to be naughty. So let's go ahead and run a cleaning disc through the drive before we try and sacrifice a floppy to it. This is like the best use case for this alcohol dab thing. All right, you boot that felt. It's giving it its best try. It'll find some CPM on that felt somewhere. Chip Sum, hello, since it's your first time chatting here. This is a KayPro 4. The Osborne came in a plastic shell. I do have one in the other room. But today we're looking at the KayPro, trying to get it working. It's very similar to the Osborne, though. They're both Z80 CPM machines. Let's see. Did you not mention that earlier? You did. I just forgot. Wow, it is really going to town. I think we can tell it to chill out here. See, did you get a cleaning? Where do you get the cleaning discs? I think actually Goodwill. So yeah, probably find some on eBay. They're not that bad. Do they make them for 3.5 inch? Yes, I actually, coincidentally, I'm pretty sure I didn't buy these at the same time, have the exact same verbatim kit for 3.5 inch discs. All right. Trying to get that dry in there. So. All right. Popping in CPM. We'll see what happens. Oh! Yeah! Oh, that's awesome! We have an operating system. Oh, that's so excellent. Okay, that is now my third functional CPM machine. All right, so it's addressing 64K of RAM. I'm not 100% sure if it has that. It probably does because it's a pretty standard config for a CPM computer. So yeah, so we can do dir. Yep, and it just listed that out anyway. Okay, so what all do we have on here? Because this is kind of important for CPM. I'm trying to find a pointer that I can rub up against the screen without feeling bad. Where's a plastic spudger? There's half a pokerator. Rip! I really need to buy a new pokerator. Ooh, key puller. That'll work. And a shiny too. Okay. Why does it look like there are fewer files on this second listing than there is the first? Strange. Okay. CPM collector? I'll say that, yeah. Let's see. Still 0 useful CPM machines. Hey, I actually really like the idea of using this one being 5.25 inch. It's pretty solid in the middle. And 80 column display. This one beats the pants off of the Jonos for software support just because 5.25 inch drives. And it beats the usability of the Osborne. So this, frankly, just a better computer to actually use than any of my other ones. Established CPM operating systems are not cross-compatible. What about software? Software is, as long as it matches the disk structure. So you would still have to buy software for your particular CPM machine to make sure that it could read the disk. That's a fun thing. But I have ways of making new disks by just copying the binaries over. So as long as you can do that, you're good. The Jodos, for example, actually comes with an external floppy interface, so you can connect like 8-inch drives to it to copy software from other disk formats using the IBM 3470 standard, and then you don't have to worry about that. So, yeah. Let's see. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah, I already have that. So we could theoretically do that, yes. All right. So let's go over what we have here. So we have move CPM as our, wow, you can't see the key puller at all. Where's my other screwdriver? Ooh, cotton swab. That's perfect. Okay, here we go. All right, now I kind of want to look at what files we have on this CPM image because I've learned with the Jonos that you can't take this for granted and that the files that come on your CPM boot disk are very important. So starting with move CPM, this allows you to relocate the loaded CPM environment to different spaces in memory. So that one's more useful for when you start running into memory consumption issues. Probably not going to be applicable on here. Ed is a horrible text editor. We don't want to have to use that. Sysgen allows you to make new system disks. That is a super useful program to have. Term, actually, that's not a standard CPM utility, so I'm going to guess that it has a terminal built in. That's pretty sweet. Don't know what DU V78 is either. Don't know what dplay would be. That might actually play sound if we load, I think I saw a basic on here, basic lib. There might be some other stuff, so we'll look into that. Baud.com. Now, this might actually be used for configuring the serial port. I'm going to go ahead and run that. Yes, okay. So one of the critical things to note about how CP/M machines work is that your loaded RAM environment will contain your configuration for, say, your serial port baud rate, bit length, stop bits, all that kind of stuff. And you have to have machine specific. So you can see this is KayPro baud rate adjustment program. You have to have machine specific configuration utilities for this. So that is very important to get, because you can, I think, with the sysgen, make a disk that doesn't have all of this stuff on it. So again, very important to get a complete system image like this. We'll go ahead and set that to 9600 baud here, even though it doesn't really matter. Gee, so be it. I'll do like a little bit of humor in there. All right, I'm gonna guess tel. Tel might just be a command. I'm not sure what tel is gonna be. We're gonna skip that for now. Pip is the file copy utility. I forgot what it stands for. It's really stupidly named. ASM.com might be an assembler. That's kind of nice. SBasic. There we go. So that's our basic interpreter. I don't remember what SBasic is. eBasic and CBasic are the ones derived from Gordon Eubanks' work. I don't remember SBasic. SBasic. Cannot open source compiler. Oh, it's the compiler. Ah, okay. That might explain the S being weird then. Okay. Moving along, config might offer, see, the config might allow us to change the mapping for the parallel and serial ports. Let's go ahead and check that. Let's see. Exit program. IO byte cold boot definitions, write safe flag, cursor key definitions. Ooh, that could be fun. I don't see the remapping of logical devices. Let's see. CP/M machines don't have cool font from the Apple III. That's true. Yeah. So, write safe flag. Is there a software read-only flag? That's kind of interesting. IO byte cold boot stuff. Let's take a look at that. IO byte definitions. Let's see. Yep, there we go. That's what I was talking about. So this is the virtual port mapping. So yes, you should be able to set, the console to TTY or CRT. So you could set your CRT printout to go to the serial port if you were using an external terminal, for example. So this is the kind of thing that really makes CP/M somewhat unique. I really like this side of it. It's kind of weird and cool. We're going to go ahead and back out of this, but that config utility there is another very important program to get with the machine. All right, moving along. CP/M 64. I do not know what that is. It's probably a Nintendo 64 emulator, though, so we can just ignore that for now. Submit, I think that is... I think that's a command line option program. Backspace, submit. Yeah, error on no sub file present. Okay, I remember reading about that. I don't remember what it does. DDT, I don't know. DDT. I have a feeling that the config DDT version 2.2. Okay, I don't know what this is. Can I escape out of this? No. Okay. Quit. Exit. All right, reset button. It is. Submit as batch files. Ah, yes, that is. Yes, that's it. Okay, I had someone remind me in chat to get these back in the same file order. Submit allows you to submit sequences of commands to the CP/M interpreter. That is what it is. So it's batch files for CP/M. I should turn off my air compressor. Rotlouse. Hello for your first time chatting here. Structured basic. That makes sense. Kind of like how all these 70s, 80 command line programs were at the same time arcane but oddly friendly. Yeah, they were really cool. see, is this program for KayPro 2? This is KayPro 4. So the CRT is like a virtual terminal? Exactly. Yes, it is literally how it works. Let's see. DDT's debugger. Oh, okay. That's cool. Get around Leisure Suit Larry. Only if it's for the Nintendo 64. Oh, Control Z would have exited. Okay. All right. Moving along, I'm not exactly sure what overlay would be. That's a weird one. That's probably a programming utility because there is some programming stuff on here, which is really nice to get with the machine. It's kind of like Linux in a way. You can write software from this right out of the gate, unlike Microsoft DOS, which didn't always come with QBasic, so it wasn't actually possible to immediately write software for the machine as soon as you got it. So this kind of continues the trend of earlier home computers where they had the operating system in ROM, but usually booted up to BASIC and then had the ability to save to cassette. So it's really nice to have this. Everything else there is something I'm not exactly sure what it is. Stat should be a useful thing, actually. I forget what it is. There we go. Yes, that is the amount of space we have left on the disk. I don't remember what... Oh, SS copy might actually be a disk duplicator thing. That's a fun fact. On CPM, you cannot copy a disk without a system-specific disk copy utility because the disk structure can be different for every machine. So that's another unique program that you need for your machine. It's so fun having to deal with CPM computers. Yeah, I don't think anything else there is going to be related to the system stuff. I think we hit all that. So I would say that we have a very good system disk image here for the Commodore. But that looks like all of the major system utilities that we need for the KayPro 4 here. So we have a really good system disk image to build from here. So this should be very usable after we get a couple more disks made for it. Okay. But we call the KayPro 4 not for the IV to distinguish the two? Yeah, no kidding. Xsub is extended submit. Okay. Are you good at Gorillas, the QBasic game? I am familiar with it. I played much more Pocket Tanks, though. Oh boy. Let's see. I think one of these programs did say KayPro 2 in it. Oh, wait, did it? Config. KayPro 2 configuration program. Oh, okay. So what I suspect is if I type 5 here, it will launch to change baud rate. No. This is a completely different configuration program. What? Okay, that's really confusing. Okay, there might not be quite the correct one. I don't know. Oh, well. All right. I think we want to try making a software disk for this now. I don't see any reason not to. Trying to think this through. Yeah, okay. So we're going to have to work a little harder on this, but I do want to try and do that. How long do we have? We have 40 minutes. Okay. Can we get a program onto here? Let's see if we can. It's been a little while since I messed with CPM stuff. So who knows how this is going to go. But the more I yap, the less time I have to work. So let's see if we can figure this out. I'm going to shut the machine down, and then we'll take a stab at this. Power switch is there. And an outro filmed all in one day. Yeah, I think we're gonna try that. That's the goal here, DZX, to be able to do this. So, just transparency here. I am filming this with the hope that I can make another Apple III type video where it's all complete in one day. So we'll see how this goes. I think overcoming the challenge of getting software onto here will be the more important step that happens, as like some kind of resistance to getting the machine working. Because all we did was tear it apart and make sure that it was clean again. So that's not an amazing video, but hopefully there's something here. Reminder to check mic battery. Fine. You all and you're wanting to be able to hear me and stuff. We'll swap over the mic packs. The mic battery says, "Dear God, help me, I'm about to die." So I don't know why you want me to do this. It seems so unnecessary. There. Fine. You should update the whiteboard. We can leave that as the mistake for the video. The A3 vid was very enjoyable. Hats off to the editor. It was, we did a lot of back and forth on that one, but it definitely came out well. I'm trying to be more hands-off on the 4951C thing in case that actually pans out to be something. I'm not sure that it can, because that one was a little more complicated. This one will hopefully work out better, but we'll see. The whiteboard that aged poorly? Yeah. I am annoyed. Did we clean dry B? We did not. We can still do that. Actually, we'll just do that. We'll do that in a moment. I'll just re-wet the thing. Actually, it'll probably still be wet because the sleeve doesn't allow it to evaporate as quickly. All right. Computer. We actually have to do this. This is actually the 4, not the 4. Yes, unfortunately it is, which means it's going to be a little more complicated to find software to work with it. You guys will kind of see that. We'll see if we can put WordStar on here. How about that? We'll put WordStar on a disk, and that'll give you an idea of why compatibility matters. I should go start the recording process so we can just like whoop skim through all this stuff. Okay, recording started. Okay. 471 with the whales. Yeah. It was see tears and show me eyes. I love it. All right. Let's go ahead and actually I am gonna grab my work drive here so that I can work off of that, because I'm gonna want to be able to save these files for later. I might also have WordStar already downloaded onto here. See, but when will you run Zork on it? We totally could. Once we get this process narrowed down, then we could run whatever we wanted. But we do have to actually dial this in. So, archiving. Yeah, we'll work here. Make a folder. KayPro. All right. KayPro if. Excuse me there. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to archive.org, and I am going to go re-download my own archive of the copy of WordStar that I got with my CPM software for the S100 computers. So I have WordStar 3.0 here. Okay. So we're going to take the disk image from this 8-inch machine, and we're going to convert that into something usable for the KayPro 2 over there. So let's grab the zip, which is all of the raw CryoFlux track reads. So that's what we're going to work with here. So I'm going to download that, which I probably already have somewhere on this computer, but I couldn't find it. I'm going to pop that in this folder. Boom. And then I'm going to build a folder structure around this that will match how my work utility functions. So 8.w, you know what, WordStar. All right, copy that, put that here, put this in here, extract, auto detect subfolder. I'm gonna rename this to Rev3 because that is how this works. Dash Rev3, okay, and then it should be track. Perfect, that's good. Okay, so now what we'll do, we'll go up one directory here. I'm going to have to close this and reload it because it's stupid. GW dash, I think we have CPM 3740. Yes, CPM 3740, and we're going to call this 8 word star. So this will automatically decode this. Why did it try to rip this? Rev 3. I called it. Oh, it's raw 3, not rev 3. I'm stupid. Hold on. Raw 3, I guess, because it stands for 3 revs of the cryoflux. So each cylinder is read 3 times. I meant to say each sector is read 3 times, but cylinder works too. Okay. Now we'll rerun this. It will find my cryoflux stuff. Okay, the first thing it's going to do is it's going to generate a bitmap of the files here, and then we'll be able to see what the actual disk image looks like. Boom. So here is what my read looks like. It's not amazing, couple of errors, but I do know this is a good read. So what it's now doing is it's converting it to an IMG file, and this will give us a digitized copy that we can use with other utilities like CPM tools. After this finishes, we'll be able to utilize that. It'll happen automatically for this though. All right, perfect. So we got our disk image, we were able to extract the files, and there we are. Install.com is how we will set up our WordStar thing. And then we have example.txt, which is the text document that comes with WordStar. You can see the text encoding, little weird, but that's just how it goes. So we're going to ignore that for now, but we'll treat these as CPM files. Now what we can do is make a CPM disk for the KayPro. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the file that we had downloaded here. So it's going to be this. Actually, we'll start with the HFE because this is Greaseweasel didn't like the TD0 file. All right, so let's go with KayPro IV boot, and I'm gonna standardize this file here first. So we have the HFE. So what I'm gonna need to do is I'm going to have to go to my work folder for floppy stuff, GW tools, and I'm gonna have to make a CPM thing here for the KayPro 2. So CPM KP, I keep saying 2, but it's this, KP IV. So we're going to call it that, and then let's structure this. So the CPM, oh, hold on, we don't want to use that one. We want to use the 3770 as a base, because that has, yes, the CPM extraction stuff. Okay, so we're actually going to start with the 8-inch disc one here. So the format will be KayPro. We're going to call this IV, but I think we're going to be able to use the KayPro 2 disk structure stuff. So we'll see how this goes. The Greaseweasel disk definition does not exist for the KayPro 2, so this is actually what we're going to have to make. So we're going to call this KayPro .iv for now, just because I don't really know if it's the same, but we're going to hope it is. So we're going to say decoding KayPro IV CPM 2.2 disk. Okay. And KayPro IV. This is a disk definition that I'm going to have to create. So I'm going to open my disk definitions file. And we're going to go ahead and start with, say, this as our starting point. All right. So we're going to rename this to KayPro 4. Add our comment here, KayPro IV. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why I put disk at the end. It's pretty obvious they're all disks. Okay, the cylinders, there are 40. Heads, there are 2 heads on this, which is cool. The tracks are MFM on this, though. There are 10 sectors. The bits per sectors is 512. RPM we're going to ignore, but the interleave is 5. And I was able to determine that by looking at the sector numbers here. It is sector 10 there, and then 1, 2, or actually And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one is 0 because it wraps around. Okay. I think that will be good. There is a gap value that we could specify, but I'm just going to hope that's not important. Okay, this file is automatically included with this variable, so I don't have to worry about that. Then we get over to this. Now, we looked at the CPM tools definitions here, and there is a KP2 one, and the sector layout of all of that seems to match mostly, and it is CPM 2.2 as well. So hopefully we can use the CPM 2, or hopefully we can use the KayPro 2 structure for the CPM thing. At this point, we should have an IMG file that'll be valid. So we'll see how this works. So I think that is good. Okay. So this will allow us to digitize and work with the KayPro stuff. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy that file name again. And then I'm going to make a new directory, call it -raw3. Okay. And then I'm going to use GW convert. We're going to convert the file that we have here, the HFE. We're going to convert this to CryoFlux tracks because I prefer to work in that format. So we're going to put that in here as track00.0.raw. And this will go through and just convert the HFE file into track files. It's kind of wrong for my archiving, but it doesn't really matter. Now I can go here, and my GW CPM KPIV file is going to be searchable. GW-CPM.KPIV. Okay, we're going to work with the KayPro boot disk here, and it will first generate a bitmap like before. Okay, we can see that. And our sector information is not working out here, though. IBM MFM, 0 out of 10 sectors found. Okay, so that's not working correctly. Why? Ignoring unexpected sector and ignoring. Okay, 9 out of 10 sectors found. Okay, that's interesting. There might be something else to this. Let's go back to the disk view here. So the sector numbers. Wait, sector 15. The sector numbers change per cylinder. Huh. Is that skew? So 0, and then 0, 0, 0, 0. No, I'm looking at track ID. That's changing, not sector ID. Sector ID 8. Sector ID 15. Wait a minute. Is it... No, 9 sectors. Hold on. IBM. It shouldn't be the total of both sides, right? Those are CPM tools. That's not helpful. Cylinders 40. 5 per second gap. I don't know if we need the gap. A little concerned about that. Something isn't working correct. 9 out of 10, and then it finds 0 out of 10, and then it finds 9 out of 10. All right, we are going to do some forensic floppy investigations. Track 0, sector 0, okay. That all kind of works out the way I'd expect. You know, I just had a realization. When I'm over here working on this computer, I won't have any idea when the internet goes out if I'm not actively using it. So if stream died, I would not know right now. Yeah, fact-finding function. I mean, kinda. We do have that. Is it a bad belt? Oh, gosh. Ignoring unexpected sector, though. That part's weird. We may need to do disk def ID 0. We might need that. Let's try this. That's almost right. I think what's happening is we're able to read one side and then not the other. Do I need to set it to 20 sectors? Is that the problem? Sectors 20? Is it per side? No. Each side has different sector counts. Or different sector IDs. That's the problem. So if we go to side 2, or track side 2, this is sector 10, 18, 13. So theoretically there are...
Believe it, I subbed as Prime and says, end of line.
Hold on, I can't check that over here. Let me bring up the Twitch stuff. Can format an actual floppy machine on that to make a blank image, get the correct parameters. So we have the correct parameters because we have a valid bootable disk. We just booted this disk on the machine. The weird thing I'm running into, let me load a double-sided IBM image here. You know what? Well, no, that one's still not good. There'll be one here, I suspect. Blank. Blank, I don't think that's like a good blank. Osborne single-sided. Do I not have like a good IBM disk image here? IBM this? Actually, that will be. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's use this. So if we pop this into HXC. All right. And while that's going on, 1 second. Bella Eventide, thank you for the Prime sub there. And for 11, you're into Hex, which means I got to count. 8, that's 4, no. 13, 11. Thank you for the 11 months there, Bella Eventide. Okay. Let's see. First Winger Modder, you're back. You need to feed your internet hamsters. Oh, gosh. All right, so if we go to this, and we look at dummy disk view. Okay, so this is a FAT12 floppy. So these are sector 1, but then over here, these are also sector 1. What we're encountering with the KayPro disk is that the sector numbers are sequential to both sides. I didn't know that was a thing. So what we need to do is we need to figure out how to tell the Grease Weasel software that this is sector 0 through sector 10 over here, but then it goes to, well, I guess it starts at 9 or ends at 9 over here. And then over here we have sectors 10 through 18. So there's sector 18 on this side. So, I am not sure how to tell it that that is happening, or if it supports it. Because that's a weird one. I don't know what this format thing is. C skew. I don't know if that's it. Is there a description of how the disk definitions work? Let's see if we can figure that out. See if there is documentation for that. Could it not be possible to transfer a program to the computer over serial to the floppy? might be doable with the terminal application, but that would take a different kind of learning. I know more about the floppy stuff right now, so this is the faster way. You just have to trust me on that. Okay, display information about the Grease Weasel setup. Info. I don't think it'll tell me what I want, though. Convert might do it. GW convert -H. Okay, format options. Okay, so this includes my custom ones here. So here's our configurable options. That's the T-spec, though. Swap physical drive heads, physical cylinders, number of heads, number of cylinders. So I wonder if it's just CPU abstraction of drive hardware, writing logically, ignoring the number of heads. It's something weird like that, yeah. All right, I'm going to generically search Grease Weasel disk defs. Grease Weasel disk def. Unfortunately, I don't think there's that many people who get this deep into this. So I don't know how well documented this is. Manual. Maybe the wiki talks about it? Supported image types. Create a diff desk with different sub-defs for track ranges. Do the same for head. Ooh, you're right. That's how you do it. Thank you for that reminder. Okay, yes. Majenko in chat just reminded me of what it is I actually need to do. So this tracks thing here, this specifies which tracks are what format. So if we actually search C64, I think we'll find this. Yeah, so this is saying tracks 0 through 16, whatever, for the first section of a 1541 disk image are this format, and then the later ones are that, because the C64 changes the spacing of the sectors, or the number of sectors, depending on where you are in the disk. This tracks line can also set for the heads, but I don't know if it can set an offset for the sector start position. I just have to find one of the examples here where it says it's different for each side. I'm pretty sure it can. It might just be star.1 and star.0. I'm not sure. So yeah, I thought there was one that showed that was, yeah, here we go. Tracks 0.1. So this is saying for this machine, track 1, side 1, or the first side, is different, and then everything else is like that. So I think we had to do that on one of the CPM ones, actually. Pretty sure we did. Yeah, here we go. So on CPM 86, we had to define it that way. So we might be able to do this. This is gonna be interesting. C skew might be. Is it C skew? Okay. Oh, it's just documented right in there. Okay, fine. Sector skew per head. Oh, you know what? That might do it. H skew might do it. Let's try that. Let's try sector skew per head. So if we do ID H skew equals 10, that might do it. Let's try that. We're not in here. I don't know exactly what the skew does. I'm hoping it offsets the numbers. And oh, I'm in the wrong folder. 0, it's still set to 20. Whoops. Sectors 10. There. Nope, that didn't do it. Let's see. Go back to this. Okay. Per cylinder, no. Sector ID, head, gap. We don't want any gaps. That's not it. Number of sectors, default 0. So what I think we will have to do, all right, what we're going to set up here So we're going to do tracks. I don't know if this will work. .0. All right. So for side 1, we specify all of this. But then for side 2, all right, we're going to get rid of the H skew. We're going to set our ID to 10. So this is going to say the sector count starts at 10. And then there will be 10, but it ended at 18. The ID is 9. Let me just look at this again. Hold on. So it ends at 9, right? And then this starts at 10. Somewhere. 10. Okay. Then it ends at 18. So 10. Is that? It's 10 It's 10 sectors. I don't know why the math's hurting my brain, but let's just ignore that. So we're going to set 10 sectors for side 1. I don't know if this is valid for how this format specification works. Hopefully it is. That, I think, will be good. Okay, let's see if it accepts that. I'm going to guess not. Drat. Oh, wait. Fatal error. Bad track specifier. Really? Okay. 0 through 40. Please work this way. Please. Oh, no. Remove the end? What do you mean? Let's see. Tracks, track list, where format, star, track range, comma, track list. Track range, cylinder, dot head, cylinder dash cylinder dot head. That should work. Hold on, that should work. Or does it need to be 0-39? Oh, you think that's... Oh, yeah, I'm an idiot. 39. It still said it was invalid, though. I wonder, does it need this? Track range cylinder. Well, hopefully this will work. Let's try that. I'm not optimistic. No. Well, it's closer. So 10 out of 10 and then 0 out of 10. ID 10. Why did it not find it? Oh, man, we're close. Ooh, that's unfortunate, Red Sheep Gaming. Impressive that your internet's working with power out, though. Z through 39 on both. I do have Z through 39 on both, or 0 through 39. Z through 39. Okay. This is I do really like this problem solving. I love working with floppies like this. This is fun. Why is it ID 10? You've got the T on the yeah, ID 10. Oh gosh. I wonder, that should be possible to be different per side, I think. Wonder if it can't. ID, sector ID of logical first sector, 0 through 255. That should be allowed. 10 is the first logical sector. This would be dumb. Head 0 or 1. So this isn't CPM tools, Bezo1. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to an image that we could actually use with CPM tools. Default is 1, not 0 for ID. Correct, but we're setting it to 10. Most disks actually use sector ID 1 as the starting one. So that is more common. Imagine a multi-dimensional disk more 2 sides. I don't want to. No. I do like this. I don't like it that much. Huh. I wonder if somehow this is Just barely hiccuped. We we barely lost anything there. Okay. That was annoying. All right, back to work. All right. Um, alrighty. What's going on here? Are these going in the same direction as a normal one? 0, I mean, outside of the skew. So sector 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same interleave? Yes, that's 11. Okay. So NW Hessian, actually, it's my broadband cable internet at home that's failing there. My 4G is totally fine. This is a weird one. Trying to get this defined. So this works. That's solid. This is not happy. I feel like maybe this is a skew solution. Let's look at these. Sector skew per cylinder. I really don't know what that would even do. Like C skew 3. I am relaying through my home internet to do multi-streaming. Do C skew 10 just for giggles. No. Okay. C skew 1. No. It works for side 0, but then not for side 1. So if we go all the way back up to when it's first run, first side works out correctly. All right. Wait. H0, C0. Hold on. H0. Wait a minute. HQ might be more useful. Yeah, hold on. I might have a thing here, though. I'm going to set the ID to 1. Rerun that. Hold on. Let it error for a little longer. Okay. C0, H1, ignoring sector, 9 out of 10, and then C0, H0. Okay, so it's not like actually properly reporting the heads, though. Is this even updating right? C skews between tracks, H skews between heads. Oh, okay. Maybe then? Yeah, I don't know if this is working right on here, but okay. We'll just pretend it is, because it's going to really suck if it's not. Like, really suck. Oh. Well, that's not going to help. Okay, B, H. Okay, I think I found the problem. Part of the problem. We had other issues, but this is part of the problem. Okay, now I think if we fix that, this might work now. No. We're not getting H1 still. Let's redo that. I want to see H1. Okay, hold on. Still not getting H1. Okay, well, this is the... At the bottom, this is the track definition for ripping that was set incorrectly, and it could have been changing the number of heads that it was trying to use, but it doesn't look like it actually was. Diego, I don't want to change the operating system on that machine. It is what it should be right now. Okay, so this should be ID 0. If I set this, it'll decode side 1 correctly. Side 2 is not, though, or side 0, side 1. This ended up being more of a challenge than I anticipated. Just for giggles. If I set that to ID 0, that should fail. Yeah. Okay. Set it to ID 11. 0 out of 10. Okay. Why is this not working? Okay. One block of star. That might work. Star. No. I think this isn't working right. For some reason, that's not correct. Okay, let's look at this. I'm going to grab that IBM image again, wherever that went. What's this? That looks PC-like. Okay, let's chuck this in there. I want to see what the order of the sectors is on side 2. So is this 0 or 1, 2? Okay, so that's normal. But that is the same, essentially, though. So this is just regular IBM formatted disk. 1, 2, So that doesn't really get us anywhere. Because this is 10. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Man. So that's probably the CPM tools disk def. So the problem with that BISO, I'll look at it, okay? I'll look at it. The disk def is probably for CPM tools. So there are 2 software programs that we're looking at that have disk definitions. CPM tools assumes your disk image is already past this point. So that's the problem I'm encountering. I'm trying to create a disk definition for the grease weasel stuff. So this doesn't really apply anymore. Or yet, I should say. It doesn't apply yet. That's the problem. What do you mean down? Scroll down. I mean, SKU 4, there's definition. This is... That is for that. The SKU 4 is the only thing here we don't have set. The K4, I don't think is it. So I'll say this. These sectors are in the correct order. Also, that's horrifying. Why do they start at 20? Gosh, that's awful. I'm pretty sure that the Roman numeral 4 is 2 disk compatible. Oh yeah, KayPro 2, 4 right here. So this is what we're looking at here. 0 through 9 and 0 through 29. Yeah, that's awful. Thankfully, that's not the one we have. That's the high density disk drive. So you can see that. Cylinders 80. That's not the machine that I'm looking at. So we're looking at this essentially. But it's not that one. It's the sector order is not correct here. Because it's not 10, 11, 12. These are interleaved. They have an interleave of 5. I don't know if they think if that's what their interleave is. But yeah, so this isn't quite there. Yeah, we can try SKU 4, but which SKU is that? Because it's either... We can try... What was it? HSKU, you're saying, might be more likely to work. We can try an HSKU of 4? I don't know what that would do. So H skew 4, just for giggles. No, didn't do it. Ten. We're decoding side 1 just fine. That's the thing. Wait, so here. Track 2.0. That's the side 1 of that track. We're getting that one decoded perfectly. It's happy with that. But the other sides, that's where we're running into the issues. So again, track 0, side 0, no problems. Founds all 10 out of 10 sectors. Track 0, side 1, it's missing them all. I didn't see a plain skew. Yeah, it's C skew and H skew. So the skew has a different definition for Grease Weasel than it does for whatever 22 disc is. This is the end of stream. I didn't realize that we were overtime already. So, yeah. We're going to go ahead and kill it. But what I was going to show you here, I'll do this really quick, okay? So, just to show you, okay, on the Grease Weasel software, all right, right here, okay, in the menu, it's where it says the sector ID, okay? I just want to show you that. If we go to the floppy stuff here, so I'm going to go back to dummy disk view. Okay, so we look at the first first sector slice, let's say, okay, over here, we can see it says sector ID 10. If I go to the next one, it says 18, because I have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get to sector 11 that you can see over on the right. So the interleave is 5. Now, it looked like some people are saying that however the 22 disc stuff, whatever worked, this is probably 0 index for the interleave. So this skew is what they mean by interleave. So that's why this is in order but has the skew of 4. So actually these numbers would be interleaved all over. So yeah, I don't know why we can't do this. Frozen image? I don't know. But all right, I don't know it's frozen, but that's the problem, is that it's not correctly identifying the sectors on the second side. Was the webcam frozen? Was that it? No, it wasn't. I don't know. Oh well. Okay. So, I will probably just take those files home and maybe play around with them a little bit. If I can figure it out very quickly, tomorrow morning I'll probably film it before stream. I don't know. I really don't want to do 2 days of this thing this weekend. It's cool. I don't want to have another 2-day project. So that's all. But maybe it will if it really is a pain in the butt. I don't know. So, I think that's it for today. This was really cool. It went together a lot easier to get the machine running. I do actually have some new coiled cables on order, so I don't have to use that one. But yeah, so looking forward to being able to use this machine. I do need to conquer the floppy format, so I will be going back to that more. When, I'm not sure. But yes, I don't know when I'll have that solved, but that is definitely a thing I need to solve. That's a new challenge. That endangers the next video, too, so that's annoying. Skew versus interleave logics. Well, it's software dependent. That's the problem, okay? What they're calling it is different between programs. So, okay, not only gradual block whenever reading multiple sectors after sector, going back for the next one, faster than reading the next one, but if it takes too long, reading, beginning, I already know, I have to wait a full revolution. Okay, so that's interleave, okay. Then there's another related way to do the same thing. Instead of rearranging the physical sectors, physical sequences of sectors, use them in a different order. Oh, okay, so skew is digital interleave. That's what it is. That doesn't matter. for us. So that would be CPM tools. The SKU would be CPM tools per that definition. So that doesn't impact us. The floppy controller should still be reading them in the same order, and the floppy software I'm using basically acts as a software floppy controller. It doesn't look into the data to know what correct order it should be in. So, yeah. All right. We're going to have to end the stream here. I wanted to end it before my internet dies again, and then we are left in a weird spot. So I am going to roll the outro here. First thing I'm going to do is hide the printer, and then I'll roll the outro. So, all right. Why is there no chat here? There should be chat here. Let's have chat here. There we go. Hey, look, it's chat here. And I don't hear music because it was muted. Alrighty. So, I'm going to poke around with that some more, see if I can't figure it out. It's a challenge that I didn't expect. It kind of makes sense that a disc would be laid out that way, but not standard. So, I get to try and figure that one out. So, yeah. But once that's done, it should be possible to put arbitrary software on this thing. Just have to write them into the disk image using CPM tools. So we'll see about that. But for now, that's it. So if you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time.